even imagined we would be able to pull off given the circumstances we found ourselves in. But we did it together as a team. And as I prepare to leave myself, I want to thank and make sure you know how much I value the trust that each and every one of you placed in me, for people on my team and for people who are watching right now. And also for the friendship and companionship and all the support that we've offered each other over the course of this term. Elections are normally a messy procedure, and there are often some moments that make us feel happy and bring a lot of joy. And there will be some moments that probably would not be something we are all prepared for. But with that in mind, we can start if the plenary team is also ready. And thank you once again to everybody who's been on this long journey, and a very tiring journey with all of us. And to anybody presenting right now, or getting ready to, for anybody who's presenting today, please do not panic. It's just a presentation. It'll be over in a few minutes. You've all worked too hard to be here. And the outcome of this election does not determine or does not undervalue the work you've done for this organization. And we want, as the executive board and the team of officials of this term, we want to know that every little contribution that any of you have put into this organization has been of utmost value and has helped push this organization in a direction which will continue to stay for a long time. So thank you so much. Can the plenary team confirm if we are ready to start? All right, great. With that, I will hand over to Pranav, our plenary chair. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Welcome and a very good evening to all of you present here and also watching online. Thank you, Purva. And yes, as usual, today is a very stressful day, but we start with a little less stressful thing. We have some work that we have pending from yesterday and some procedural motions to go forward with. So we will go with that today. And since candidatures are a long and stressful point, I will talk about it a little later and give you an idea about how we'll go forward with that too. But for the time being, we will continue with the usual proceedings of the plenary, which is to make sure procedural motions are answered and BCPs are passed. So with that, we go on to the next slide, which would be roll call. And again, as roll call, I would be calling out your name. This is the order. Please speak clearly. We will require 2/3 of the EBTO to be present for quorum and to continue the plenary. 2/3 of the EBTO is 24 people. That means EBTO is 24 people. 2/3 is 16. If I'm not wrong, and we would require that many members to be present on this call right now. Speak clearly. I would be calling out your name. The order is on the screen already, so be ready. And yeah. First, going on with the plenary team, Pranav Prashant, that is me. I am present. Kritika Malik, co-chairperson.
Present.
Payal Rai, minute taker.
Present.
Shail Desai, minute taker.
Present.
Perfect. Now moving on to the EBTO and the voting members, starting with the EB. Pura Prabha Patil, president.
Present.
Molly Mehta, VPE.
Present.
Katya Saxena, VPI.
Present.
Ritika Mishra, VPA.
Present.
Chaitanya Kalra, VPF.
Present.
Rumil Patil, VPCB.
Present.
Anandya Agarwal, VPX.
Present.
Shagufta Rahman. Now going on to the team of officials. Shagufta Rahman, DPRC. I do not hear a yes, so therefore absent. Salman Khan, NPO.
Present.
Arpita Pava, NPO.
Present.
Henna Bhandari, NORP.
Present.
Ishika Kaul, NORP.
Present.
Varisha Fatima, Nora.
Present.
Urmi Jindal, Nora.
Present.
Nishan Nagpal, Nomi. I do not hear a presence, therefore absent. Koshagala Nomi.
Present.
Jaykumar Patel Nori.
Present.
HM Shiva Sandesh Nori.
Present.
Tahir Tinwala Neo.
Present.
Manav Ghai Neo. I don't hear a present, therefore absent. Rahul Chaudhary RD North.
Present.
Kartike Oja RD East.
Present.
Arya Shah RD West.
Present.
Gayatri Priya V RD South.
Present.
Perfect. Payal, can you tell me the number of people present?
We are having 21 people today.
Okay. Perfect. 21 people. That is more than what we require for quorum. Therefore, our quorum status is achieved. We have quorum and we will start with the plenary. So for the first plenary, first agenda that we have is the plenary team has received 4 procedural motions. Procedural motions take higher priority compared to other BCPs and any other guidelines to be adopted. So this procedure is simple. It is similar to what we did yesterday for guidelines, unit guidelines and policies. We will directly go for a vote, requires 2/3 majority to pass, and a procedural motion is only active until the end of the plenary and will not be in effect the moment the plenary is declared closed by the president. This is usually done to suspend certain bylaws which might be interfering with the candidature presentation or any part of the plenary that we are taking place, and it only applies until tonight when Pura Prabha Patil will close the plenary. So starting with the first one, procedural motion 1, tabled by Katya Saxena, position BPI, the original paragraph of the bylaws, 11.2.2.1, 6 months working in their respective standing committees for the position of national officer. The proposed changes to the bylaw is to remove the bylaw or suspend the bylaw. Explanation given is to allow ineligible candidates to present the candidature and be voted upon. Katya Saxena, would you like to explain more?
Yes. So a couple of candidates were ineligible to present their candidature due to this bylaw. So we would like to suspend this bylaw for the course of the plenary and allow them to present their candidature and be up for voting.
Thank you. I will be opening Nemo Vote. Please log into your Nemo Vote. Okay, since you've already started with the voting, I would request the speakers list to be done after the voting is done. Is that okay? Have received 18 votes until now, waiting for 3 more.
Hi Pranav, I have some problem logging in with my NemoBot credentials that has been shared to my personal ID.
Can you tell me who's speaking? I can't see on the screen.
This is me, Jay Nori.
Okay, Jay. Did you find the login details?
Yes, I did find the login details that was shared yesterday.
Mhm.
I'm using the same login details, but I'm not able to log in it. It's showing invalid username or password.
Can you try restarting that again?
Sure, I'll do that.
Jay, any luck?
Not yet, Pranav. I'm trying.
Okay. Can you try using a different browser? Or on your phone, you can use the same thing.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
I'll send you a new ID and link.
Thank you so much.
It has been sent.
Yes, it's done. Thank you, Pranav.
Perfect. Okay. Also, Shagufta is present right now. I will mention this later, like for the next procedural motion. Minute takers do keep in mind for the next motion. And also, we have received all votes. We have received 21 votes. I'm closing the vote right now. And Okay, so in favor, we have received 15 votes, against 4 votes, abstained 2 votes. Since the total votes were 21, 2/3 majority was required was 14. We have received 15, hence this motion passes by 2/3 majority. Now moving on to the next motion. Before this, we will have a speakers list and also minute takers to keep in mind that Shagufta Rahman is present and hence bringing the total number of votes, voting rights to 22. So I am opening the speakers list. Please put your name in the chat box if you wish to speak. Pura Prabha. Is there anyone else? I will wait.
Doubt. Do I need to put a speaker's list in the first motion or the second one?
Oh, you don't have to type anything here. It's cool.
Okay.
Minute takers just keep the minutes for this. Is there anyone else? 5 seconds. Okay, no one. Purva, you have the floor.
Would the plenary team please confirm, as a consequence of this particular BCP, whose candidatures will now be valid?
Okay, I was waiting for all the procedural motions to get over and then work up. Is that possible?
All
Is
right.
that
Perfect. Sounds good.
okay? And that would have been a point of information, but it's okay. Now moving forward to procedural motion number 2, tabled by Katya Saxena, position VPI, the original paragraph of the bylaws, 11.2.2.4, 1 year as an MSAI official for a position in the executive board. The proposed changes to the bylaws is suspend bylaws, explanation to allow ineligible candidates to present their candidatures and voted upon. VPI, do you wish to explain more?
The same explanation as previously given.
Perfect. I am asking because we require an explanation for every procedural motion. This one will again go for vote. I'm opening the vote right now. Also, since we have 22 votes, the 2/3 majority required would be 15 votes. And Shagufta Rahman, have you logged into Nemo Vote? Okay, perfect. I have received all votes, closing the vote. In favor, we have 18 votes. Against, we have 2 votes. Abstention, we have 2 votes. This motion passes with 2/3 majority. And before my co-chairperson Kritika has just pointed out that there were 2 abstentions in the previous vote. So 2/3 majority was achieved irrespective of both. Anyway, moving forward with procedural motion number tabled by Katya Saxena, position VPI. Original paragraph of the bylaws, 11.2.3. The application is valid. Proposed changes to the bylaw is suspend bylaw. Explanation to allow ineligible candidates to present their candidature and voted upon. VPI, would you like to explain more?
The validity of a person's candidature depends on the page limit of the documents they sent in, and the various documents are required to be sent in before the deadline. And anyone whose candidature was invalidated due to that will now be validated if this procedural motion is passed, and they'd be allowed to present their candidature.
Thank you, Katya. Now going forward with the vote. Before that, does anyone wish to speak? I see none. Starting. Okay.
Sorry, Pranav.
I'm sorry. The speaker.
I was
Bhavya.
about to type my name, but
Who's this?
Shiva.
Shiva. Okay. We have Bhavya in this thing, but we only allow speakers list from the EBTO. I'm sorry, Bhavya. Yeah, Shiva, go ahead.
So I had a small clarification to ask Katya. So this invalidity of the application, will it only be specific to the exceeding page limit part, or will also be applicable for those whose application is not valid because of the experience in EBTO?
So we have passed a procedural motion for a particular bylaw. The first one that was proposed was for the experience in the EBTO, and those two have been passed. So anyone who's ineligible because of that particular bylaw will now be able to present their candidature. This is with respect to their experience in the organization. The current procedural motion that we're voting upon is for validity of their application. And like I mentioned previously, validity is to do with the more technical errors, such as sending their application after the deadline, or the number of exceeding the page limit as specified in the call. So anyone who's invalid because of those technical problems would be validated if this procedural motion is passed. The previous two procedural motions would deal with the aspect of ineligibility due to experience in the EBTO. I hope I was able to explain that.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak from the EBTO? Okay, none. Moving on towards the vote. It is now open. Waiting for one last vote. Gayatri Priya, waiting for your vote. Perfect, thank you. I have received all the votes. Closing the vote. Have received 18 in favor, 3 against, 1 abstention. The motion passes by 2/3 majority. Now moving on to procedural motion 4. The proposer is Katya Saxena, position VPI. Original paragraph of the bylaws, 11.3. The candidate should apply by sending the CV, motivational letter, and plan of action to the VPI and/or plenary team before the set deadline. The proposed change to the bylaw is to suspend the bylaw. Explanation to allow ineligible candidates to present their candidature and voted upon. Katya Saxena, would you like to explain more?
Candidates are required to send in the above mentioned documents, and if they do not, the candidature would be invalid. And passing this procedural motion would allow a candidate to be valid and present their candidature.
Okay, thank you so much. Does anyone wish to speak? Okay, none. Moving forward with the vote. The vote is now open. Hannah, waiting for your vote. Perfect. Have received 22 votes. We have 20 in favor, 2 against, no abstention. This motion passes by 2/3 majority. And with this, we come to the end of procedural motions. This is a blank slide which I kept. If there were any further during this plenary, the consequences of the procedural motions that have been passed and the suspension of the certain bylaws that were done, the consequences are as follows. The candidatures of the following people are now valid and they can now present their candidature in this plenary. The candidates are Bhavya Pava for NORP, Meha Yadav for NPO and NOMI, Rahul Chidural for VPCB, and Sana Mahajan for NORA. With this, we have the number of candidates, the roll call will be taken. And with this, we end, we end with the procedural motions. And now we move forward with adoption of guidelines. We have 2 guidelines which have to be adopted. Okay, point of information. Yeah, Purva, go ahead.
Can you please confirm Bhavya Pava for which position, Nora or not?
Sorry, Nora, no, sorry, my bad. Bhavya Pava, Nora.
Thank you.
Thank you. An A and a P is very bad. Sorry, my bad, Bhavya. For Nora. Yeah, and moving forward with the guidelines. Again, this will follow the same principles of voting. We will not require a seconder. We will directly go for a vote. It requires 2/3 majority to be adopted. And yeah. So the first one is to adopt MSFC India unit guidelines. Proposer is Katya Saxena, position VPI. The guidelines are the MSFC India unit guidelines. Now going forward with the vote. It is now open. And while you're voting, just an added information, all the unit guidelines were sent on the MSI servers. So I hope you've had a look at it. Henna, Arpita Pava, and Pura Prava, please waiting for your votes. Thank you. Have received all the votes. Closing the vote right now. We have 22 votes in favor, 0 against, 0 abstention. The guidelines are adopted by 2/3 majority. Now moving forward to the second unit guidelines. Motion to adopt bioethics unit guidelines. Proposer is Katya Saxena, position VPI. Guidelines are the bioethics unit guidelines. We will now directly go for vote. The vote is open. Perfect. Have received all the votes. Closing the vote. We have 21 in favor, 1 against, 0 abstention. The guidelines are adopted by 2/3 majority. And this brings us to the end of the initial BCP policies and procedural motion voting part. Now we will move on to the candidate presentations. I will share, Kritika, I've just shared the link with you. I've given you viewing rights. You have to just go full screen.
I have a doubt, like there was a few doubts Katya answered. Can I say it for the other participants as well, because they might also have the same doubts regarding the people who got eligible for presentation right now after the bylaws have passed?
I'm sorry, could you repeat? Could you type it, text me on my phone? Okay, hi everyone. Now we will move on to the second part of today's agenda, that is candidature presentation. It's going to be a very stressful time, but don't worry, it will be simple, just straightforward, remain calm and take your time. Not so much because you only have 2.5 minutes. But I will tell you about all the details on how the candidature presentation will go forward. One, we will have a roll call of all the candidates present here. According to the bylaws, you do require all the candidates to be present for the candidature presentation. Two, if you haven't sent a presentation, that is okay. I cannot add a presentation if you send one right now, but you are free to present or speak for 2.5 minutes if you're present at the plenary right now. Three, the presentations have been added to this particular slide, and Kritika will be the one who will be pressing next. You can ask her to press next after you just finish talking for the particular slide. This is done for all candidates to make sure everyone has equal chances and equal experience, because we don't want any network connections to spoil your possible presentation. With this in mind, don't worry if, again, connection drops or your voice drops during online talking. This is a usual thing that happens, and we are well aware about it. It's been about 2 years since we have been in COVID, and everyone is pretty experienced on how and what to expect. If a voice drop happens or you get logged out, don't worry, we will understand. People have gone through your candidatures, all the other CVs and plan of action that has been sent. People have gone through that. They will make their decision based on that. The EBTO is smart and intelligent and make informed choices. I hope that I can speak about this, speak this about them, but this is what I believe. And we will follow with the order. So first one will be the roll call of all the candidates. Second would be, so you will see the order that you're going to be speaking in, and you will have 2.5 minutes. After 2 minutes, a bell will ring. Kritika, please, can you demonstrate? That will be your bell for 2 minutes, and after that means 30 seconds are remaining, and after the 30 seconds, can you demonstrate the bell? Can that be louder? Perfect. I hope all the candidates have heard. You will have 2.5 minutes total to present. 2 minutes, or at the time mark of 2 minutes, you will receive a reminder. That is the bell that you've heard. And at the end of 2.5 minutes, you will receive another reminder. That means you have to stop speaking. And after that will be question answer round. I will take up to 3 minutes of up to 3 questions from the EBTO. And after the 3 questions, no more questions will be entertained. And the questions will be typed in the chat also. And after that, you will have 2.5 minutes to answer. You will have 2 minutes to answer, my bad. You will have 2 minutes to answer. And after 2 minutes, your time will end for question answer, and we will move on to the next presentation. The roll call will take place, and I will see who all are eligible to participate. If someone joins later, because of, again, this is online stuff, people might log in and log out. That is okay. If someone joins later, I would like the EBTO to inform me, because they might be the ones the people are talking to. Or if the candidate directly is present here and logs in, logs out and logs back in later on, do inform me so that you are more eligible to participate. You are eligible to present your candidature. And I hope that was helpful. Don't worry, be calm and talk whatever you're prepared. And after that, all the best. If there are any more doubts, from the candidates, you can type it in the chat. I will wait for another 15 to 20 seconds. Okay, repeating the guidelines for Q&A. They will be up to maximum 3 questions that will be accepted from the EBTO. If there are 3 questions, well and good. If there are less than 3 questions, still good. You will have 2 minutes to answer all questions that have been asked. After 2 minutes, I will end. There will be another bell played by Kritika, and we will end and we will move on to the next candidature. I hope that suffices.
Pranav, there's one more doubt that the person made a few changes in the Google slide. Will they be there in the latest slides be considered?
No, because there was a deadline set forward and only changes made prior to that deadline will be accepted because I downloaded all the PPTs. And any other changes after that would obviously not reflect into your slides. They might not, depending on the time duration of when I downloaded the slides. So do be prepared. That is why a deadline was set. And that is why I am not adding any more candidature presentations to this particular slide, because even though I have received some right now. And now we will go on with the roll call. Next slide, please. The order of how the candidature presentations will be as follows. First will be regional directors, then standing committee national officers, then the director for public relations and communication. And then after that, we will have the executive board. There will be a break after DPRC for the executive board because it will be a long presentation of a lot of candidates. So I will call out your names. Please do respond with a yes or a present, and I will move forward. I think, Katya, do they have unmute access?
Just a moment, I'll check. Yes, participants will be able to unmute themselves.
Perfect. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, starting with the regional directors, RD North, we have candidates Deepit Divyanshu.
Present.
Arshdeep Kaur Dhir. Absent. Yash Rathi.
Present.
Candidates for RD East, Niti Kargil.
Present.
Kartike Oja.
Present.
Kushal.
Present.
Perfect. RD West, candidates Diksha Joshi.
Present.
Payal Rai.
Present.
Rutvik Raval.
Present.
RD South, candidates Riya Varsha Jaiprakash.
Present.
Rahul Chidurala.
Present.
Chetna Rajesh.
Present.
Neil M. Salyan.
Present.
Now the standing committee national officers, SCOPH candidates, Meha Yadav. Absent. Nimisha Ramesh.
Present.
Arham Khan.
Present.
Isha Shah.
Present.
SCORA candidates, Divya Garg.
Present.
Kriti Bhalotia.
Present.
Kritika Srivastava.
Present.
Sana Mahajan. Absent. Bhavya Pava.
Present.
SCORP candidates, Shobit Saxena.
Present.
Manal Khurshid.
Present.
Soham Agarwal.
Present.
Okay. SCOME candidates, Meha Yadav. Absent. Arpita Saxena.
Present.
Prabha Jha.
Present.
SCOPE candidates, Gurnur Kaur.
Present.
Uma Gupta.
Present.
SCORE candidates Kritika Malik,
Present.
Kushal,
Present.
Avichal, Estani,
Present.
Alisha,
Present.
Director for Public Relations and Communication, Shagufta Rahman,
Present.
Executive Board candidate for VPCB, Arya Shah,
Present.
Rahul Chidurala,
Present.
candidate for VPA, Nishant Nagpal, absent. Candidate for VPX, we have none. Candidate for VPF, Rahul Chaudhary.
Present.
Candidate for VPE, Salman Khan.
Present.
Candidate for VPI, Varisha Fatima.
Present.
Candidate for President, Molly Mehta.
Present.
Perfect. Now we move on to the next slide with the first candidature. All the best, everyone. Are you ready with the timer, Kritika?
I'm ready.
Okay, perfect. Dipit, Divyanshu, be ready. You have 2.5 minutes to speak. Your time starts now. Next slide, please.
Good evening. Next slide. I am Deep Divyanshu, a second-year medical student at Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College and serving as the VPCB assistant in the ongoing term. I have been the local officer of a research exchange in the past term, and here I am presenting my candidature for the position of RD North. Next slide, please. Being a capacity building enthusiast and working in capacity building as VPCB assist for a year has given me a lot of enriching experience and boosted my motivation to work in the field in the future. Next. I started my journey over 2 years ago, got selected as the local officer research exchange, participated in events such as blood donation drive, hepatitis B awareness campaign, and then followed by public health leadership training. Next. Went ahead and got to attend SLAM in Chandigarh in January 2020. Next. Was selected for the position of VPCB assistant in the next term. Next. Facilitated online SLAM during MedFest 2020. Next. Got a chance to facilitate in the CB 2.0 workshop. Next. Took a part in Model WHO organized by University of Cambridge Students for Global Health. Next. Was a part of Global AMR Youth Summit by World Health Students Alliance. Next. Got an opportunity to attend the pre-plenary for IFMSA March meeting 2021 as an observer, and recently on 23rd May attended my first IFMSA workshop as participant in the Asia Pacific Mental Health SIG. Next. Skip this slide. Next. Okay, now I'd like to talk more about my plan of action. Next. I want to work with the president to keep them updated about all the stuff happening in the region and keep them in loop about the future plans and our plans for the region. I'm looking forward to work with the VPI to keep the databases updated as we work on increasing the presence of MSCI in institutes where we are underrepresented. I want to work with the VPE to look for potential external collaborations in the region. I'm looking forward to work with the VPA in tandem to the SC officials to maximize the amount of activities and events we can roll out in the region. I'm looking forward to work with the VPCB in implementing and setting up the trainer school. I am looking forward to work with the VPX to facilitate the exchanges process and to motivate more people in the region to apply for exchanges. I want to work with other RDs to make.
Time's up.
Thank you. I open the floor to questions now.
Hi, thank you so much, Deepit. Now the next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, the Q&A round is open. Please type your questions in the chat so that the candidate can read properly and state your name too. This is only applicable for the EBTO. Is anyone typing or should I close the round?
I'm typing.
Okay.
Okay, so the question is, what is your plan for activation of
Deepit, Deepit, I will let you answer. Let
Okay.
all the questions come up.
The question is not from the plenary, I guess. I mean the EBTO.
Rahul Chaudhary, I don't think you can ask questions.
I'm the RD Lord.
Oh shit, sorry, my bad.
So sorry.
Just write your, name yourself as the EBTO position also.
Perfect.
Yeah, you obviously have all the rights to ask questions. So we have two questions from Rahul Chaudhary and Arya Shah. I hope the question is, what is your plan for activation of difficult to activate states like Haryana, UP, and JK? That is by Rahul Chaudhary. By Arya Shah, the question is, what are your plans regarding LOCBs and SCs and other offline/online CB initiatives? Your time starts now, Deepit.
Okay, for difficult to activate states like Haryana, UP, and Jammu Kashmir, we are going to maintain the line of communication via the RDSs to the LOCBs. We first, to activate states like Haryana, UP, and Jammu Kashmir, we need to understand what the problems are, what the present problems are there. For example, some colleges are there and some areas are there where other student organizations are already active, and that presents a sort of competition of sorts to activate MSCIs in those certain regions. And there are certain colleges and areas where the college management and so to say the college administration are not conducive of the activation of such student associations like MSCI, etc. We need to understand what the underlying problems are, and we will move forward with what we can do with the situation we have on hand. And the next question regarding Arya's question, what are your plans regarding LOCBs and SCs and other offline online CB initiatives? So there are a few things I was planning. I hadn't planned for LOCBs and other SCs and online and offline CB initiatives. I wanted to work with the LOCBs for the inductions to activate the colleges which are not activated yet, and for the colleges which are activated and regions which are decently activated, I wanted to work with the SCs and the VPCB in the future to introduce something like state-wise capacity building workshops and workshops adapted from the different themes of workshops that are already being conducted by the different standing committees to design some small-scale state-wise workshops which
Time's up.
Okay.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deepit. And I hope those answers were satisfactory. Now moving on to the next candidature. Regional Director North, Arshdeep Kaur Dheer. She was currently absent at the time of roll call. Arshdeep Kaur, are you present here? I don't think she is present. We will still wait for 20 more seconds. And yeah, I don't think she is present. We will move on. So there is no candidate here. We will move on to the next candidature. That is Regional Director North itself, Yash Rathi. The floor is yours, Yash. Are you ready?
Yeah, thank you, Pranav.
The time starts now.
Okay. A wise person once said, the most reliable way to predict the future is to create it. Greetings, everyone. I, Dr. Yash Rathi, would like to present before you my candidature for Regional Director for Northern India 2021 to 22. Next slide, please. I have been with my MSCI family since 2016, have served as local officer, regional director assistant for 2 terms, and have organized various on-ground and online events and workshops. I am also MSCI certified slam trainer. MSCI has given me this vast experience for which it's time for me now to give back to my family. Next slide, please. My 2 terms as RDA have made me understand the dynamics of the region, and I want to help solve the issues faced by members for which I think I am capable applicant for the post. Next slide, please. In this term, we, the whole team, collaboratively saw 82% growth in the region, activated 28 new colleges. We have LOCBs from all the states. So members of the region were selected as parts of various MSCI and IFMSC opportunities and exchanges. We conducted more than 38 inductions, addressed more than 950 people, and registered more than 550 new members to the organization. LOCB orientations were also carried out. Next slide, please. My quarterly plan for the term is as follows. For the first quarter, I go on with selection and training of the new team, preparation for induction drives and orientation sessions, identification of new or inactive colleges, selection and training of LOCBs, and checking of DAF portal regularly. For the second quarter, I aim at induction sessions and online orientation sessions with regular assessment, propose and plan national or regional capacity building workshop like CB events or national workshops meet. For the third quarter, keeping up the motivation during and after the exam period, prepare proposal for NGA22 and NWM, continuation of online orientation induction sessions. Previous slide, please. Please, previous slide. For the final quarter, promotions and preparation of capacity building sessions for NGA and prepare for detailed handover. Next slide, please. As of now, all the states of North are active. I aim at maintaining the activity status of the states and activating more regions of UP and Haryana. Next slide, please. I plan to target all medical students of inactive colleges and first-year medical students of active colleges. Next slide, please. I would also work in collaboration with all the national officers and standing committees to maintain open communication and collaboration. Next slide, please. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much. We are done with, we can move on to the question answer round. Next slide, please. Yes, the floor is now open for questions. Please type your questions in the chat box. We have 2 questions already. If anyone else is typing a question, please let me know.
I'm typing.
Okay, Hannah. Okay, perfect. We have received 3 questions. Yash, you can go through these questions. The first question is by Ishika Kaul, North. How would you ensure the regional balance between the regions when it comes to working with other RDs? By Arya Shah, what do you plan to introduce with respect to the working of the LOCBs in working with the VPCB? And from Henna, Haryana has been inactive since a very long time. What would you do differently to activate the state? Kritika, you can start the time.
Can I go?
Time starts now.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. For Ishika, I would ensure the regional balance by accepting all the involvements of the regional directors and their working and their ideas of how to work, and we will work collaboratively by discussing the ideas and moving forward with the plan collaboratively in consensus with each other's views to be taken care of. For Arya, what do you plan to introduce with respect to the working of LOCBs to make it more standardized and okay. LOCBs, the local officer for capacity building, are the first and point of contact for the members and non-members with the colleges, and LOCBs give us the opportunity to target the inactive colleges, as we can approach the inactive colleges by appointing LOCBs, and people can attend the events before registering with MSCI, so they get customized with our working, and they can join MSCI by being familiar with our working, and LOCBs do have a major role in getting the members and registrations, because they are the ones who conduct the induction sessions at local level in their colleges. Next to Henna, Haryana has been inactive since a very long time. What would you do to activate the state? Okay, so Henna, we had one LOCB from Haryana for SGT, and we saw growth in SGT, that members registered with MSCI, and we had activities in her college also, and we had RDA Vidhu from your college, and we had few registrations also from your college. So we aim at conducting inductions, firstly twice weekly for the inactive and non-active colleges, and twice weekly because it will have a detailed standardized time of line, because twice
Time's
weekly
up.
can be done.
Time's up, time's up, time's up.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Yash. Thank you for your answers. Moving on to the next candidate. This is for the position of Regional Director East. We have Niti Kargil. Niti, are you ready?
Hi, yes, I am.
Yeah, Kritika, go ahead. You can start the timer and the candidature.
The timer starts now.
A very warm good evening to everyone. My name is Niti Kargil, third year medicine undergraduate from Negrim, Shillong. And it is my great pleasure to present my candidature for the position of Regional Director East 2021 to 22. Could you please move on to the work experience slide? The next one. One of the finest virtues of a good leader is to be able to sense leadership quality in others and to be able to give them a floor to grow and to get the work done while maintaining a healthy relationship. Finding and appointing highly motivated and reliable RDS and LOCBs would be my first step. And for the states which have very high potential, like West Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Assam, Sikkim, these very steps, along with active capacity building at the institutional level, would do the major work. East, Northeast, I, Niti Kargil, belong there. I live those lives working on ground since my school days with various tribal communities to becoming the RDA Meghalaya at SCI, the Regional Director East at World Youth Heart Federation, being the President at UNESCO Bioethics Unit Negrims. I have extensively worked in the region with the people, and hence I understood that peer-to-peer interaction is the key to bring medical students of that region to one platform, and that is my second pillar. Could you please move on to the plan of action slide? That is the last slide. Thank you. The newly opened medical colleges in the states like Arunachal, Mizoram, the inactivated regions like Manipur, Tripura cannot be activated if tried alone. But by building an inter-institute, interstate relationship with the already active institute states and also among themselves, this is my third pillar. As giving birth does not ensure life, but requires raising the child, initiation does not ensure the work done. It requires active evaluation and monitoring, maintaining a proper flow of information among the RDS, LOCBs, maintaining a database, conducting OLMs to track their regular updates would also be a vital part of my plan of action. Whatever we do, from inductions, OLMs, activities, workshop, I will make sure we have the maximum possible outreach by promoting them on relevant social media platforms. Active social media promotion works as a brilliant magnifier, and that is my fifth pillar. I also plan to maintain a database for the members of the East who have been a part of various IFMSA and external opportunities, and using that list as a reference to ensure equal distribution of opportunities in the East in collaboration with the VPI and VPE. East is my home, and there is nothing I feel stronger about. Getting elected as the RD is not just an opportunity for me as an individual, but could be a golden gateway for hundreds and thousands of people to envision the vision of MSI and walk towards it. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
I would again ask the candidates who are presenting, please do respect the co-chair, Kritika Malik, when she says time up. And now we will move forward to the question answer round. The floor is now open for questions. We have received 3 questions already. Wait, we have 1, 2, 3 from Kartike Oja, Drumil Patil, Arya Shah. Kartike Oja, what is your capacity building plan for the region? Drumil Patil, can you elaborate on active CB at institutional level you mentioned? How will you go about it? Arya, you mentioned another organization that you work with in the same capacity. Will there be any conflict of interest? Your time, Kritika, go ahead.
Your time starts now.
Right. Thank you, Drumil and Kartika. I'll take both of your questions together. So when I mentioned about capacity building at individual level, at institutional level, I meant that first appointing the RDA of that state. And if that college does not have an LOCB, I'll appoint LOCB. And if they have already active, then LOs, the appointment of the local officers. Next thing, at institutional level, we will do regular induction sessions fruitful, productive induction session, and we'll make sure that from each induction session, we are getting at least 2 to 5 people, and then it comes about activity. So activities, inductions, and then evaluation and monitoring from my side through this network would be my plan of action for the institutional level. That is how I see capacity building at institutional level. Now, coming to the next question about Arya, what she asked about me working in another organization. So both the organizations, WIHF and MSI, they have distinct member base. Okay, they have different member base, visions and objectives are very different. The opportunities offered by these both organizations are different. So while working in WHF for the last 1 year in the field of capacity building, I have been able to develop and sharpen my skills. Same goes for MSI. So these all combined, I think it has actually made me an asset for MSI, and I can work better in MSI using all those skills, keeping my work ethics very, very, very intact. Thank you so much. I hope I have cleared your questions. Thank you.
Kritika, how much time is left?
30 seconds.
Is there, I would like to take Henna's question. Can you answer Henna's question, Nitika?
Yes, I can. I can. I'll just check the question once. Okay. Yes. So for that, that's very important question I'd like to take. So that thing is that every state has RDA, every college has LOs and LOCBs. Now, at the individual institutional level, the LOs and LOCBs will be creating informal loop among the members of the institute. And whenever any opportunities come, it will be their responsibility to make the students aware, clear their doubts. And if the doubt is not clear, then it will come back to the RDA and it will come back to me. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Niti. Thank you for those answers.
Thank you. Thank you so
moving
much.
on
Thank
to
you,
the
Ben.
next. Moving on to the next candidate. Kartike Oja for the position of Regional Director East. Kartike, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Kritika, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Time starts now.
Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kartike Oja, and I'm here to present my candidature for the position of Regional Director East for the term 2021-2022. I have been a part of this organization for more than 3 years now and have worked in different capacities. I have held the positions of Regional Director East and LOMI. I have been a part of several MSCI activities, MSCI delegations to IFMSA meetings, and several MSCI and IFMSA working groups. Change the slide, please. The regional achievements have been 460 plus new members and 260 plus events organized in the region, RDAs from all the eastern states, activated several inactive colleges and states, members of the region selected as participants, facilitators, members of the OC in MedFest and NGA. Members were also part of MSCI delegations to IFMSA meetings. Change the slide, please. My plan of action is under the following pillars. Next slide, please. East Regional Team. First of all, I would start by appointing RDAs and LOCBs in the region and orienting them, training the RDAs to be the first point of contact for doubts, act as a point of contact between the EBTO and the East Regional Team. Next slide, please. Attend all EBTO OLMs and meetings, keep EBTO in loop regarding all that is happening in the East. Make and share the RDE's annual working plan with the EBTO, organize NWM-NG in the region with the support of the EBTO and the East RT. Next slide, please. Build capacity of everyone in the region, work on the concept of capacity building weekends, expand the LOCB initiative, collaborate with colleges to increase visibility and outreach of MSCI as an organization, collaborate with the EBTO to organize workshops in the region. Next slide, please. Target external organizations and facilitate collaborations with relevant stakeholders in the region, maximize COVID-19 relief outreach in East, work on policies and open an internal call for East Regional Team to be a part of the policy SWG. Next slide, please. Organize induction sessions, identify inactive, partially active, and completely active states and develop appropriate plans to deal with issues and expand the organization's outreach. Collaborate with VPA, ABSC, NOs to ensure maximum participation from the region, to work with NEOs, NORIs, and VPX to facilitate exchanges in the region. Next slide, please. This term will focus on East visibility, transparency, and member involvement. I would motivate members from East to apply to be a part of MSCI national teams as well as promote regional representation. Oh, thank you.
Next slide,
Thank you
please,
so much.
Kritika. Until the Q&A. Yeah. The floor is now open for questions. We have questions from Dhrumil, Niti, and Ritika. Drumil Patil, from everything you have learned this term, what will you do differently in your region and why? Nithi, Nithi, I don't think you can ask a question. Going towards Ritika. Ritika VPA, plans for increasing activities done in the East? Question mark. Arya, what will you do different from your previous term and this term if elected? Kritika, go ahead.
Time starts now.
Hello, I just joined back. I just lost. Hello? Yeah.
Hi, can you read the questions? The questions are from Drumil,
Just a
Ritika,
second.
and Arya.
Okay, so I will begin now. Thank you everyone for your questions. I would like to take Arya's and Drumil's questions together. First of all, when I was first elected as the RDs, I was not very aware of the region. It was very difficult for me to, motivate members to join. It was very difficult for me to get them, in an induction session, let alone making them join and register to our organization. But I've learned a lot, in the past term, and I have, adopted a targeted approach. Last year was all about, East activation, I would like to put it. And this year is all about member involvement and East visibility to bring East on the map. That is why I would like to even collaborate more with the DPRC to promote East on MSAI social handles and on MSAI publications like Varni and Fenestra to increase East visibility. This year will focus more on external representation, collaborations, and capacity building. Like I had already mentioned in my plan of action, that I focus this year, I would, under the guidance of the VPCB, focus on capacity building weekends for the region. I also plan on opening call for observers for the East Regional Team monthly OLM to ensure member involvement, to ensure transparency so that the members know what is going on and how that MSAI is active in East also. Now taking Ritika's question, plans for increasing activities done in the East. Of course, I would, during the inductions also, I would motivate my RDAs to organize activities. I would motivate members who are members and non-members attending the inductions to, motivate them to organize activities. And also I would further collaborate with the VPA to release the regional concern form pertaining to activity topics and get with assigned SP for regional activities so that,
Sorry. Your time's out.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you, Karthikeya, for the answers. Moving on with the next question, the next candidate. This is for the position of Regional Director East. We have Kushal. Kushal, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
I'm audible?
Yes. Your time starts now.
Next slide, please. Next slide. So I'm Kushal and I'm in second year of my MBBS medical school, which is Naran Medical College and Hospital. Next slide, please. I have been serving as a lower for the organization and I have conducted my responsibility successfully. I have been active researchers. I am certified for ACLS, HIPAA, compliant, BLS, PLS certified, and another courses which I attended in the previous year so as to improve upon myself. Next slide, please. I've been working with MSI in various aspects, not just my own standing committee, but also involved in all other standing committees. So as to get maximum amount of organizations of events being held, and also I was part of some workshops. Next slide, please. Can you just do it? Make it click faster. These were a glimpse of some of my events which I have conducted in the past term. Next slide, please. Why me? MSI is love at first sight. As I'm near to end my term as lower, I have time, passion, and experience to contribute something bigger. Endless energy and idea to innovate and make our NMO a great leader in all aspects. Another thing which I would like to worth mention is that I was first member of my college in the MSI, but today I'm proud to speak that my college is having maximum number of MSI members in my state. Next slide, please. how I plan to do it. Now, this involves major pillars being capacity building and academic qualities, which would involve activate the MSCI in potential medical colleges, global action plan, strengthening the link between RD, RDS and LOs, developing online training courses, develop CB toolkit with CB team. Next slide, please. I would also like to set up a regional IT team, which would help the other parts. Communication, annual work planning and strategy and collaboration would be also be important aspects of my work progress, and recognition promotion with IT team would also help me through this. Next slide, please. MSI after all this time, always. Any questions are most welcome.
Thank you so much, Kushal. Can you move to the next slide, please, Kritika? Yeah, now the floor is open for questions. Please type your questions in the chat. Again, the questions are only allowed for the EBTO members. The candidates are to just observe.
Yeah,
Kushal.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Is there any other questions?
Yes, to the second type.
Anand, you're typing? Okay. Okay, is there anyone else? Wait, we have 3 questions already. Perfect. Question 1 from Arya Shah. How do you plan on developing online courses? And what
so
will they be about?
Start?
No, just a minute. I will open the floor. Do you have, by Salman Khan, do you have any specific plan to engage alumni from the East? And from Anindya, since you have been a Lori, what are your plans to increase the exchange applications in the East? Kritika?
So your time starts now.
All right, online courses I would be planning. I have planned like it would be for RDs, LOs, and LOCBs, so that their enhancement of their work can be done, and they can work more efficiently, and our family may grow in better aspects. Apart from this, when I say that I would like to involve alumni, which is another aspect I have thought, like getting well, I can approach them in a different way, like I can approach the alumni and they can also help them to motivate the RDs, LOs, and our team, so as to increase that thing. Yeah, and setting up an IT team would be really helpful, because once the IT team is set and we are good with communications and online promotion, that would help exchanges also to grow in this region. So I think I have answered all 3 of them.
Okay, thank you so much. How much time is left, Kritika?
50 seconds.
50 seconds. Does anyone else have a question to ask? I see none. Okay, thank you so much, Kushal, for your answers. Moving on to the next candidate. We have, this is for the position of Regional Director West, Diksha Joshi. Diksha, are you present?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Can you be a little louder?
Right. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So your time starts now.
A very good evening to everyone present here. I'm Diksha Joshi and I'm standing for the post of RD West for 2021-22. Next slide, please. I'm a third-year MBBS student from Goa Medical College. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. My MSCI journey began as a local exchange officer in 2019. During my tenure, I helped activate my college to MSCI, and apart from conducting multiple MSCI inductions, I also conducted scoping and SCORE inductions. Next slide, please. My next term as a regional director assist was spent working closely with the RD West, conducting inductions at colleges, orientations for LOCBs, and helping people out with any queries that they had, which made me familiar with the functioning of the West. Next slide, please. I've also attended the following workshops and facilitated SLAM NGA21, which has bettered my leadership and capacity building skills. Next slide, please. My experience as a regional director West in WIHF also has helped me hone my capacity building skills identify my mistakes, and better my connections. Next slide, please. This is what the people I worked under last had to say about my work. Next slide, please. For easier understanding of my plan of action, I have divided it into 4 quarters. During the first quarter, I plan to focus on selecting a regional team with whom I can work the best to increase the capacity of the West. I will orient them, build their skills, and preferably work on organizing a national level CB activity. Apart from that, with their help and network, I plan to prepare a list of inactive colleges in the region that we will work the hardest to activate. Next slide, please. The second quarter will entail aggressive targeted inductions in new colleges as well as for fresher batches of active colleges. I will try organizing SC activities in MP and Rajasthan, which might help give those students a taste of MSCI and leave them wanting more. October and November being exchange season, I will also encourage people to apply from the West. Next slide, please. The majority of the third quarter will probably be exam season, requiring our members to focus on medical studies. With stress being through the roof, I will try to have college teams form a supportive community for themselves and other students. Next slide, please. The last quarter I will spend making sure everything is in order and preparing for handover. Next slide, please. I will always be open to suggestions and strive to constantly learn from my peers and grow. I have always looked forward to working with you all and hope to be given the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you press the next slide? The floor is now open for Q&A. Can I have any? Please type your questions in the chat. Is there anyone else typing questions?
I'm typing.
Okay. Okay, perfect. We have 3 questions. One from Jay. How do you plan on encouraging members of your region to apply for exchanges? From Karthike, West is a very active region. It demands a lot of time and effort. Do you think you will be able to put in the time and effort given the fact that you work at the same position at another organization? By Arya, what methods will you use to activate MP and Rajasthan? Kritika?
Yeah, so your time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you all for your questions. How do you plan on encouraging members to apply for exchanges? So honestly, exchanges are one of the most attractive and distinguishing features of our organization compared to the other medical organizations in our country. Honestly, even informing students about exchange itself acts as a motivation. So that's what we will be focusing on during our inductions, letting them know that exchange is an option. But sometimes colleges are the people who hold students back. So I will work with the national and national team of SCOPH and SCORE and the LEOs and the LORIs to ease the process of activating the colleges. Moving on to the next question. West is a very active region. I agree. Since West is a very active region, things are already set in momentum and I just have to work harder and better what is already being done. So I think I definitely will be able to put in the time and effort given the fact, even though, yeah, because the fact that I work at another organization just helps me with my capacity building skills. And another thing that we really focus on in SLAM, like I said, is time management. So that is something that I will be able to do. Thank you for that. What methods will you use to activate MP and Rajasthan? MP and Rajasthan, yes, they are the most inactive states of the West at the moment. Like I said, I will sit with the RDAs from MP and Rajasthan, understand how their colleges and their system works, and I will make strategies according to that. And also I will try to organize SC activities in those colleges, even in the inactive ones, so that people from there know what MSCI is about. And that encourages them to see the difference that it's making and hence apply to be a part of MSCI. I hope that answers all the questions.
Thank you so much, Diksha. Kritika, is there any more time?
10 seconds. 9.
Okay, no time left. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Before we move on to the next candidate, I would like to ask the minute takers, is it all okay?
Yes.
Yes, everything is okay.
Yes. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, moving forward with the next candidate. we have the minute taker itself, Regional Director for Regional Director West, Payal Rai. Payal, are you ready?
Yes, yes.
Kritika?
Yeah, I am ready. Start.
Oh, good evening, everyone. I am Payal Rai, second floor student of NGMC Indore. It's an honor to present my candidature for the position of Regional Director West 2021-2022. It has already been a year, me being a part of MSCI, and I still remember my first day at the orientation program. I was definitely anxious and scared, but all those moments faded within minutes thanks to the atmosphere that MSCI provided. It made me shape better. Next slide, please. I'm currently working as an LOCB in my region, and I have also worked as college secretary of IMA. Next slide, please. My plan of action is based on three important things. First is our main priority will be to increase regional participation. Second, recruiting new members in our community, and it can be done by organizing induction programs and encouraging students to join MSCI and also making them aware of the perks. I will also be working to improve communication among the members, and this can be done by organizing regular OLMs. Next slide, please. Monthly plans, I will try to closely monitor the progress of each standing committee as well as coordinate with the activities and try to reach maximum number of participants. I will also ensure whether the members are getting proper resources or not for the activities, and definitely will be organizing regional meets on a monthly basis. Next slide, please. Next, standing committee-wise plans and regional plans. I will ensure that at least one activity is organized every month from each standing committee, and will also try to recruit more local officers from each standing committee, and will focus more specifically on SCORE and SCOPH. And as well as for SCOPE, I will try to work on ground level. And regional plans, I will try to organize frequent online meetings for the members so that we can increase our communication and coordination, as well as I will ensure the availability of resources to the members for conducting activities to reach maximum students and motivating them to join MSCI. So in the end, I would like to say I can ensure that I'll be giving my best for the region. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Payal. Can you move to the next slide? Okay, now I open the floor for questions. If you have questions, please type it in the chat. Again, this applies only for the EB tier. Okay, we have one question. Is there any other questions? Is anyone else typing?
Yes, I am typing.
Okay, perfect. Okay, we have received any. Is there anyone else? I don't think so. Okay, we have two questions. One from Arya Shah. What have you learned as an LOCB and how will you apply it as an RD? And from Rahul Chaudhary, is there anything different you would like to do for inactive states? Any creative ideas? Question mark. Kritika?
Your time starts now.
Okay, so I'll going with the first Arya's question. So as an LOCB member till now, I have conducted 2 induction programs in my college, and what I got to know that in my college, the students are not aware actually what is MSCI and how it functions, even though we are having few members, but they are not aware that how it functions and what all are the events that MSCI is organizing on a regular basis. So definitely I'll be working on that part. I'll be continuously organizing induction programs and will try to motivate students so that they can apply for MSCI and also make them aware of the perks, like what all things, like we'll be receiving certificates after you organize an activity or whether you attend a workshop like that. And moving on to Rahul's question. So if we talk about creative ideas, I feel we can call an alumni or we can organize the induction programs, and we can use social media to promote MSCI. And we can also like work on the grounds, like doing like for example, if I talk about my college is like we are still having around 7 to 8 members till now. So I'll try to work regularly on that, and definitely I'll be organizing more activities and more workshops that I can do. So that's all.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there any other?
3 seconds.
Okay. Does anyone else have a question? I do not hear anything. Thank you so much, Payal, for your answers. We will move forward with the next candidate. For the position of Regional Director West, we have Rutvik Rawal. Rutvik, are you ready?
Yes, I just want to say one thing, that I had a minor change in the sequence of slides. So I don't know if it is selected according to the recent changes, but let's see.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Kritika, are you ready?
Yes, your time starts now.
Respected EBTOs and MSCI members, I'm Rutvik Rawal, final year medical student from BJ Medical College, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. And I'm a candidate for the position of Regional Director for Western India EBTO of the MSCI for the term 21-22. Next slide, please. So something about me, I am a member since second year of my college in 2018. Till now, I have organized and volunteered 10 activities under different standing committees. I attended a 6-week workshop under SCORA at NGA 2019. I was the VPCPSS for the term 2021, and currently I am participating in an online workshop organizing committee under the European Society of Clinical Microbiology and Infectious Disease, which is going to be conducted in July in collaboration with the IFMSA. These are the workshops that I've been part of. Next slide, please. These are some of the snaps from my activities. And so I want to say one thing is when I was conducting an event on period awareness for the girls of 6th and 7th standard, I was amazed by the participation and them asking questions, coming out of their comfort zone and putting trust in a stranger who they just met. And this made me realize that what is the importance and what are the responsibilities that come with wearing the white coat. I want to give a quote from Bhagavad Gita: let your concern be with the action alone and never with the fruits of action. Do not let the results of your action be your motive, and do not be attached to inaction. Next slide, please. So I want to start with the plan of action. My method of operation at grassroots level will be approaching proactive students, LOCBs, especially from new medical colleges where MSCI has yet not established a substantial student volunteer presence. After strategizing the initiatives to be implemented in these vacuum areas, with collaboration of VPCB, I would assist in building a network of proactive volunteers to carry forward the objectives of drives undertaken MSCI. During my term, I remember when on-ground activities were a thing, students from another medical colleges, my friends, used to approach me to participate in the event. But for a newcomer, this is tough. Why not make it an opportunity to build contacts?
Rutvik, I'm sorry, your time's up.
Thank you so much. Can you go to the last slide of Q&A? Perfect. So opening the floor for questions. Please type your questions in the chat box. We have one question. Is there anyone else typing? Okay, no one else. From Arya, we have one question. What will you take into consideration when proposing an NWM?
Thank you, Arya, for asking this question.
Just a minute. Kritika?
Yes, your time starts now.
So thank you for asking this question. And I was not able to complete my POE, but I'll use this time to complete my POA. So basically, I was going to propose that I am thinking of collaborating like LOCBs and conducting workshops like NWMs, and these events can be conducted at any time and by any medical college students who are the part of MSCI. So basically, we already have events like Lamha, which are part of 2 standing committees. But why don't we propose events which make it mandatory for more than 1 medical college to participate in? And this is the opportunity to the MSCI members from different medical colleges to come together, and they can network together, they can understand the workshop organization skills, and amidst everything they can socialize with each other, because considering the pandemic, they are not able to meet their friends, and they're not able to attend their regular clinics. So why don't make it an opportunity for conducting events at ground level, and in which multiple students from different medical colleges can come together and conduct events together. So yeah, that is, and there are a lot of members from West. How will you ensure that all the members get equal opportunity? So this is one thing that I used to face as a member, that when I became a member, I knew what was the structure, but I didn't know that what is the next step. So I want to use this as a platform, as a being a mentor to students, so that RDAs and the LOCBs can guide the students that if you conduct an activity, yeah, that is good, but what is the next step?
I'm sorry.
Okay, time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for your answer. Now moving forward with the next question. Next candidate, sorry. We have for the position of Regional Director South, we have Riya Varsha Jaiprakash. Riya, are you present?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay.
So your time starts now.
Okay. Good evening. I am Riya Varsha, second year medical student from Nelamal Medical College. I worked as RDA Tamil Nadu and local officer of SCORP. Next slide, please. South is a region which is full of potential. Addressing the issues and finding solutions state-wise will definitely help us in efficient induction. The major problem being lack of awareness about MSCI and lack of efficient point of contact. The solutions would be to find proper point of contact and making use of all the social media out there and coordinating with NGOs and local government to entice the awareness about MSCI and performing efficient inductions. I believe in teamwork. So once the RDAs and LOs have been appointed, I wish to expand their CD skills during the beginning of the term so that they are equipped enough to conduct the inductions and handle queries and address them. This can be achieved with structured communications once in every 2 weeks, and also updating members to WhatsApp groups once in every week is vital. Next slide, please. To increase the participation, addressing the gap between the organization and the institution is integral. This can be achieved by increasing the inductions, acknowledging the works of RDA and LOs, and also addressing newer challenges like forming groups for alumni so that their journey, MSA journey, would be more enjoyable. This will also help us to create and expand MSA-friendly atmosphere for all the members. Moving on to capacity building, coordination and establishing good rapport and interrelations with NGOs and other medical organizations, medical e-learning institutes will help us reach out to a larger population, conduct workshops, and also run inductions. Next slide, please. For efficient functioning of the term, coordination with EBTO is mandatory. So I would love to be of assistance to every member of EBTO and work with other RDs to carry out CD in a uniform fashion. Moving on to quarterly plans, first quarter involves distribution of work, second quarter would be planning of inductions, and third quarter would be execution of inductions, and finally compiling the report. I believe no work is complete without assessment and evaluation. I would list out all the challenges faced by me and my team during the first month and acquire inputs from the EBTO and make suitable changes. My long-term, next slide please. My long-term goals focuses more on activating newer colleges, keeping tabs on existing colleges, and as I mentioned earlier, as much as we appreciate the diversity in South, so are the issues faced by members, and state-wise analysis is important to find solutions. I believe in think globally and act locally, so I affirm that these plans of action will help us shape our organization and solve ground level problems.
Riya, I'm sorry, your time's up.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Riya. Next slide, please. Now we move on to the question answer round. Do we have any questions? If you do, please put it in the chat. Is anyone typing? Okay. I don't think anyone is typing. Okay. There are no more questions. Thank you so much.
I sent a question.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. So do speak up when I ask. From Arya, we have a question. What do you consider an ideal CB opportunity for members from your region? Is there any other questions? No one has said anything. Okay, Kritika.
Your time starts now.
Thank you, Arya, for putting forth that question. So in South, people are generally not very well aware about MSCI and NWMs, and especially if we collaborate with medical e-learning institutes like Kaplan or Marrow, we could reach out to a greater population, as I mentioned earlier. And also NWMs in all this, like you can call out for NWMs. Also be an amazing opportunity for members from South. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there any other questions?
I'm typing.
Okay. Do we have time, Kritika?
Yes, 1 minute, 10 seconds.
Okay, we have a question. How will you activate Andaman? This is from Rahul Chaudhary.
The major problem in Andaman is network connection. So if we sort out that problem, I believe that we could make more contacts over there and motivate students to be a part of our organization.
Okay. Is there any other questions? Okay, none. We will move on to the next candidate. And Kritika, we would take a break for 2 minutes. Kritika, is that enough?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, perfect. 2 minutes up. I hope everyone, BBTO and everyone is okay with it. We will continue forward with the next candidates. We have for the position of Regional Director South, we have Rahul Chidurala. Rahul, are you ready?
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Kritika?
So your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. This is Rahul Chidrala. I'm a fourth year MBBS student from Sri Ramchandra. Next. Next slide. These are my experiences with organizations. I worked as local officer for research exchange, where my leadership skills started. Then I worked for HRD, where I conducted training sessions for college representatives and learned how to approach a student council in a college. And then I worked for other organizations where I was VP of External Affairs, where I learned how to collaborate with other organizations, how to work with them, and how to go with the team, making like right decision at even under high pressure. I learned a lot of technical work when I was holding different posts and how to approach any student body. Next, I also have some experience in capacity building with multiple internships, which I did, like how to approach any organization or any college in such practical aspect of approaching a college, like its strategic way, how you improve number of students from that particular college. I learned how to build a team in that particular college, like all the experience which I got through the post and from experiences through this all internships. Next slide. My motivation is to create more leaders, like who motivates, like once we get one local officer of capacity building in particular college, one who can encourage and motivate others to be local officers for different standing committees, which create opportunities to be a leaders in healthcare, like who can expand and improve capacity building in that particular college. Next slide. My main goal is to conduct online, like increasing capacity building is by OLMs, like where we ask every quarterly, we'll ask what all we did right in that quarter, what all we did wrong, and what we can do further, like what is the one thing which can make us better. And feedbacks is crucial, which helps us what we are doing wrong and how we can improve it. And coordinating with EBTO, like previous alumni and current EBTO in my current term also, which gives suggestions, and I'll be updating all the rights and wrongs which I did, so that I can encourage further.
Rahul, I'm sorry, your time's up.
Thank you so much, Rahul. Yes, now I open the floor for questions. If there are any, please put them in the chat. I have 3 already. Okay, one from Salman Khan. Can you elaborate more about health camps from the Rumil? Since Andaman and Nicobar Islands is already active, how will you engage the members even further in the sub-region? From Jay, since you've been a Lori, what are your plans to activate colleges for incomings in your region? Kritika?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on, Rahul. Your time starts now. Rahul?
Yeah.
Your time started.
Can you put a plan of action? The slide.
Your slides cannot be displayed.
Yeah, okay. My plan of action is, yeah, next slide. Yeah. So by conducting health camps, so that I can actually bring in more people who are interested, so that they can join in, and they can also encourage more other people to join, so that it will be really helpful in capacity building. Next slide. Thank you.
Okay, I hope you're done with the, are you done?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Is there any more questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you so much for your answers. Moving on to the next candidate. We have Chetna Rajesh for the position of Regional Director South. Chetna, are you here?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah.
So Chetna, your time starts now.
So good evening, everyone. I am Chetna Rajesh. I'm a final year medical student at Sri Ramachandra Medical College, and I'll be presenting my candidature for Regional Director South. If you could please go to the next slide. One more slide ahead, please. Yeah. So I'll like to discuss my plan of action first based on, things that I would like to focus on. So those would be monthly induction sessions for both members and non-members in collaboration with regional assists and local officers, as well as members who have conducted activities, so that people can get a better understanding of how the organization works, why they should join, have more informal sessions with the local officers as well as members of MSAI to understand their concerns for team building sessions, etc. And to have an open line of communication with all members as well as the team, so that they can address any queries, any grievances that they may have, to better understand how things are functioning in the region, what are the challenges, and to address them, with the support of appropriate people from the EBTO, from the regional team. And working with the regional team and local officers as well as volunteers would like to help us with this, and in collaboration with the national teams of standing committees, to come up with more local activities which can be conducted during their tenure, as I feel that this will be very encouraging for members to have their activities put out by standing committees and will encourage more participation. As for motivation, I really believe in the platform that MSAI provides. MSAI has helped me learn and grow and understand that medicine, is not just about books. And in South, which is a region where, we are not encouraged to engage much in extracurricular activities, where all our fests are also intra-college and not inter-college, we don't have a lot of opportunities to interact with others. And I believe MSAI provides an ideal platform, not just with its activities, but with its workshops, exchanges, and also, a chance to interact with like-minded people and to channel your passion into advocating for a cause that you believe in. So thank you. That's it from my side.
Okay, now the floor is open for questions. If you have any questions, please put it in the chat. Is there anyone else typing?
Yeah, I'm typing.
Okay. Okay, we have received 3 questions already from Drumil, Ishika, and Kartika. From Drumil, as we have such a heavy influx of new members in the South, how will you ensure their timely addition to WhatsApp groups? From Ishika, how will you ensure participation of members in various activities launched by the SCs and units? From Karthike, you mentioned that you will conduct induction once a week. Don't you think that is too little? Yeah.
So should I start the timer?
Yeah.
Your time starts now.
Yeah, to address Dhumil's question, so again with regional team support, as in the RDAs and the LOCBs, I will be delegating this work to one of them as well as overseeing this, so that I can ensure the timely addition of the members to the WhatsApp groups. To answer Ishika's question, I feel like South the participation is increasing and people are more interested in knowing and being more involved with MSAI in conducting events. So I don't think that participation should be a problem, but again, we'll be conducting induction sessions to acquaint them with the organization. So I believe that, that should help with ensuring participation. As for Kartikeya's question, I don't believe that's too little. Actually, I said monthly inductions, not weekly inductions, and I don't believe that is too little, because these are going to be extensive sessions which are going to be conducted only for a few hours over a course of 2 to 3 days when the members are available. And considering that we are medical students, I feel that that's not too little, and we should be doing as much as we can, taking as little of their time as possible, and acquaint them with the organization the best we can. So I hope I answered all of your questions. Are there any more questions? Can I take any more questions?
Kritika, do we have time?
40 seconds.
Okay, we can have one more question by Arya Shah. What about offline/online CB opportunities?
So again, I feel that, acquainting people with online, again, a lot of activities have been conducted this term online. So people are aware of the online opportunities. I believe that people need to be acquainted more with workshops, both online and offline, because I have, from my personal experience as an MSFC unit member, I have seen that participation and applications from the South for workshops, especially from my college, are a little on the lower side. So I would like to, present workshops as the main CB opportunity. And in addition to that, I would also like to work with the inactive colleges.
I'm sorry, time's up.
Thank you so much for your answer. We will move on to the next candidate. We have reached for the position of Regional Director South. We have Neil and Salyan. Neil, are you here?
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible, Neil. Kritika?
Your time starts now.
Hi guys, good afternoon. This is Neil here for the Regional Director Southern India. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so here are a few experiences of mine in IFMSA as well as MSAI. So I've been contributing for this organization since past 4 years. Also, I've been a part of various IFMSA sessions as well, and also organized the National General Assembly 2018 and few of other sessions of MSAI. Moving on, next slide. Okay, so this would be my plan of action for this term. So I'll distribute this quarterly. So management of daily internal affairs with the VPI, as well as one for membership drive, especially induction, especially for the newcomers of the batch 2021, also the batch 2020. So this must be made compulsory for the LOCV and the RDA. Also activation of exchanges with the help of VPX as well as the TO members, and activate nearly 70% of colleges in each state, and also financial management with the VPF. Going on. Okay, so activity promotion is something that I'd like to focus on this term. That is college-wise, state-wise, and region-wise. So college-wise, it will be generally done by the local officers in the most active colleges, and state-wise, I'd like to do it with the help of LOCVs for the less active colleges, and region-wise, I would like to do activity promotion for the least active colleges and non-members. So minimum of 1 per standing committee. Moving on. Okay, so Operation Social Media. So providing DPRC with relevant content when asked for, also helping the DPRC with the handling of the MFI social media page, as well as I'd like to dedicate a week for the social media. So this is basically like sharing the link and the progress report with the members and non-members. That would be a good boost for the inductions. Moving on. Okay, so capacity building. So I'd like to facilitate in CB sessions and also help the EBTO organize the NGA sessions. NGA as well as the RM. So the challenges that we faced and how to address them as well. Moving on. Okay, so external collaborations. So I'd like to aid VPE in getting external collaborators for the betterment of the organization. Moving on. Okay, so here are a few new ideas for this term. So the activity promotion, as I told you earlier, Operation Social Media, and also encourage members to apply for the support team, that is the LO, local officers and exchanges as well. So this can boost the membership drive. Also challenges that we face.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Neil. We will move on to the question answer round. The floor is now open for questions. Salman, you sent before. Okay, there are a lot of questions. I will take Arpita's, Shiva's, and Ishika's. Arpita, can you please elaborate more on your social media week idea? Shiva?
Yeah.
Wait, Neil,
okay,
let me finish and the floor will be open for answers. By Shiva, how do you plan on getting more colleges incoming active for exchanges in the South? By Ishika, how do you plan to reach out to members from your region to increase participation in national and IFMSA level meetings and opportunities? Kritika?
Yes, your time starts now.
Okay, so first I'll take Arpita's question. So she says, can you elaborate more on social media week idea? So we have this progress report that generally will be sent through mails for the MSI members. So we could do that through WhatsApp as well, because we can reach out to non-members as well if we reach out through WhatsApp, and as well as the members. So that's regarding the social media week. So one specific week will be dedicated after, say, it could be quarterly or it could be, say, monthly. And regarding Shiva's, how do you come up on getting more colleges income active for exchanges in the South? So I would like to focus more on the most active colleges in the Southern, especially Karnataka and Tamil Nadu and Andhra as well. So like the most common and the most active colleges where, the support teams are more. So with help of them, I'll reach out to the college administration as well. And Ishika's question is, how do you plan to reach out to members from your region to increase participation in national and IFMSA level meeting? Okay, in regards to this, what I'd like to do is with the help of the RDAs, as well as the LOCVs, I'd like to, take the help and reach out to different local officers in each standing committees and opportunities from IFMSA in different standing committees. So in regards to that, I'd like, the most active students to come out. So the local officer will be more aware about these active students. I would like these local officer to go ahead and, promote these sessions to these active members. So these are the 3 questions, right?
Okay. Do we have more time?
20 seconds.
Can you take? We have one from Arya Shah. You mentioned LOCBs conducting other colleges. How will that work?
Yeah. So LOCB, generally we are trying to recruit them from the most inactive college, but at the same time, you have to make use of them, inactivating the less active colleges as well, because we have
Time's
limited
up.
spots for LOCB.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil, for your answers. We will now move on to the next candidate. We are starting with the national officers. The first is for National Officer for SCOPH. We have Meha Yadav. Meha, are you present? Meha, are you present? Okay, Meha is not present, hence absent for her candidature presentation. Her PP presentation is available. You can just press next until we reach the last part. Okay, we will now move forward with the next candidate for National Officer for SCOPH, which is an NPO. The candidate is Nimisha Ramesh. Nimisha, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, Kritika.
Yes. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Greetings to one and all. I am Nimisha Ramesh, a final-year student from BVDUMC Pune, and I'm honored to be your candidate for the position of National Officer on Public Health for the upcoming term. Next slide, please. My journey at MSCI began as a LPO in 2019 from a relatively inactive college. I organized several on-ground events and 4 capacity building sessions. As the NPO General Assistant, I got the opportunity to assist my NPOs in all avenues of standing committee management. I also got the opportunity to serve as a unit member for MSFC India unit. MSCI also gave me exposure to IFMSA, including SCOPH sessions at AP Week 2020 and OGA March Meeting 21, presenting our activities at both activities fairs, participating in SWGs, and also activity management online course. Next slide, please. The knowledge and skills I have gained from these experiences have shaped my plan of action for the upcoming term. My vision is to take MSCI SCOPH to new heights and to help Sheru roar louder with the help of the following 9 pillars. Next slide, please. My plan for activities include continuation of impactful activities from the previous terms, developing new sustainable activities, providing assistance for local activities and promoting their enrollment with IFMSA programs through our VPA, and also working towards collaborations with other standing committees and units for mutual focus areas. Next slide, please. For standing committee management, I will be following the SCOPH internal operating guidelines for smooth functioning of the standing committee. And for member engagement, I would like to work on creative avenues and ensure regional and gender diversity representation in all the opportunities provided by SCOPH. Next slide, please. For PH exchanges, I would like to continue our ongoing efforts by signing more contracts with active NMOs, orienting our LPOs and LEOs with joint webinars, and specifically working on the creation of an NGO database for potential external collaborations from all the 4 regions. For capacity building, I would like to work on making new workshop modules and updating the trainers database. Next slide, please. My IFMSA objectives include regular enrollment and reporting with the IFMSA programs, preparing our SCOPH delegates, working with the VPA and ensuring good quality submissions for RCA and activities and SCOPH fairs. And I would also like to collaborate with SCOPH of other NMOs for transnational projects. To increase the national and international visibility of SCOPH, I would like to work on sending quality articles for Vani, Fenestra, Instagram shoutouts, MSI, and AP programs and SCOPH newsletters. Next slide, please. I would maintain utmost transparency and ensure good coordination with all the EBTO officials. And additionally, in consultation with the EB, I would like to explore the possibility of developing a realistic and efficient mental health watch system.
I'm sorry, time's up.
Thank you so much. Now we will move on to the question answer round. Please type your questions in the chat. Okay, we have 2 questions. Is there anyone else typing? No one else. We have one from Ritika and Ishika. From Ritika, which focus areas do you essentially plan working on considering fulfillment of various focus areas through terms? From Ishika, do you have any specific plans to ensure implementation and visibility of local activities? Kritika?
So your time starts now.
Thank you so much for the questions. Thank you so much, Ritika. So for the focus areas that I would like to essentially work on throughout the term, my major focus areas would be AMR and CDs, mental health and planetary health. And my minor focus areas would be non-communicable diseases, universal health coverage and One Health. Apart from that, I would also like to touch upon the public health issues that have emerged during the pandemic, like the infodemics, and also the IFMSA SCOPH priorities, the AP regional priorities like mental health and planetary health. And also would like to integrate sustainable development goals, the component of sustainable development goals throughout our activities. Thank you so much, Ishika, for your question. So to ensure the proper implementation of local activities, firstly, I would like to promote the idea of local activities to our local officers and general members in collaboration with the 4 regional directors. And secondly, I would like to ensure that the local activities are also supported by a comprehensive and detailed project design in collaboration with the VPA, and ensure proper assistance is provided throughout for every step, right from the planning, the project design till the evaluation. And I would also like to promote their enrollment as first-time activities with IFMSA programs with the VPA as the point of contact, the IFMSA program coordinators. I would also like to maintain a local activities database with the project designs and the resources that were utilized. And I would like to include local activities in the relevant activities databases and also the impact assessment. And for promoting the visibility, I would like to promote local activities through Instagram shoutouts and small write-ups about the really innovative ones through Vani and Fenestra in collaboration with the DPRC. And I would also like to encourage them to apply for the activities fairs in our NMO, like MedFest and NWNs and NGAs. So that's all about it. Can I take any more questions?
No, time's up.
Time is up. Thank you so much for your answers. We will move on to the next candidate. For the National Officer at SCOPH, that is an NPO, we have candidate Arham Khan. Arham, are you here?
Yes.
Perfect. Kritika?
Yes. Yes, so you can start now.
Respected members of the EBTU, a very good evening to all of you. This is Dr. Arham Khan, an intern at JNMCH, and I'm presenting my candidature for the post of NPO for the coming term. Next slide, please. Talking about my experience at SCOPH, my journey began when I was selected as an LPO in 2019. I conducted on-ground SCOPH campaigns, as well as I could attend a few public health workshops. In 2020, I joined the national team as a development assistant to the NPO, and I assisted the NPOs in basically designing resources for SCOPH activities and CB workshops. I also got an opportunity to facilitate in a few workshops. And besides this, I have got some decent IFMSA as well as other NMO experience as well. That includes being a part of APRM sessions team for the SCOPH sessions this time. Next slide, please. So the main motivation to apply is to continue this journey forward and try my best to bridge a few gaps in public health that exist and contribute my bit in taking SCOPH and MSCI to a greater height. Next slide, please. And to do so, I would like to implement a plan of action that is based on 6 strong pillars. The first one would be activities, and this would include devising new activities as per the public health scenario of the nation, as well as ensuring sustainability of the already designed activities of the previous term. All the activities will be designed in such a manner that we can overcome the existing Zoom fatigue, and we would like to do some baseline assessment surveys wherever and whenever necessary. Next slide, please. The second pillar would be definitely capacity building, where under the guidance of VPCB, we would continue with the already existing workshops and would like to propose a few innovative workshops that include fundamentals of health research in collaboration with SCORE, weekly webinar series, as well as an NMO level SCOPH camp. Next slide, please. The third and fourth pillars include public health exchanges, as well as enhancing SCOPH visibility at national and international levels. Next slide, please. So the present term was a landmark in terms of the number of collaborations we had. We would like to emphasize on further collaborating both internally and externally with partners such as WHO India, as well as ICMR School of Public Health. Next slide, please. The sixth and the most important pillar would be strengthening working principles. That includes a strong standing committee management plan, a good EBTO coordination, and certain other tasks that I have listed in my POA. Next slide, please. So that's all from my end. Thank you so much. And together we will paint the sky orange.
Thank you so much. We will now open the floor for questions. If you have any questions, please write them in the chat. Okay, we have 2 questions. Is there anyone else? Okay, we have 3 questions. From Kosha. Can you elaborate more about the collaboration with ICMR School of Public Health? From Arpita, how do you plan on implementing the weekly webinar series? And from Molly, how do you plan on collaborating with WHO India? Kritika?
Yes, your time starts now.
Thank you so much for the questions. I would take the 2 questions on collaboration together. That for each collaboration, we would go through that proper channel of VPE and we would approach the externals. Definitely, ICMR School of Public Health is a very important stakeholder, especially when we are implementing something like a new dimension we are exploring, such as health research. So if we get to collaborate with ICMR School of Public Health, it gives us a multi-dimensional benefit. That includes that we would have an extended outreach. We would also have greater visibility, as well as the members would get a certificate that is certified by the particular organization. So it would be also easier for us to maintain sustainability in the coming subsequent term. For WHO India, we already had a CB workshop of AMR that was in collaboration with WHO India, and we would again approach them for CB 2.0 AMR workshop. And if there is another opportunity, we would definitely like to explore the possibility. The third question is, how do you plan on implementing the weekly webinar series? Well, this is a concept that is based on a themed month. We would have a themed month where we would take 5 Saturdays. Saturdays because I think everybody is free on that day. And we would enroll like 50 to 60 participants and invite external speakers on each Saturday for a 45 to 60-minute webinar where we would discuss a particular topic throughout the whole month, such as infection. So we can discuss the epidemiology on one session, then another session we could discuss infection prevention and control and so on. So that's the whole idea behind the weekly webinar series. I hope that answers all the 3 questions.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer. Is there time for more questions?
20 seconds.
Okay, that is no time for any more questions. We will now move on to the next candidate. For the position of National Officer at SCOPH, that is an NPO, we have candidate Isha Shah. Isha, are you ready?
Yes, thank you.
Kritika?
Yes. Isha, you can start now.
Yes. Good evening, all the members of EBPO. I'm Isha Shah, and I'm pleased to present my candidature for the National Officer on Public Health for the term 2020-2021. The experience with IFMSA has been varied with multiple, next slide, please. Varied multiple webinars to activity management workshops. Next slide, please. Well, my MSCI journey began in 2018 with the NWM Vadodara. I worked as an LPO and general assist for the next 2 years, and I had the opportunity to not only conduct and facilitate events and workshops, but learn immensely about the workings of the standing committee and the kind of impact that it creates for its population and the support. Next, please. My vision for SCOPH is to help Sheru reach greater heights and roll louder by having currently relevant activities on topics which are sustainable and impactful, widening scope of the exchanges, bringing more visibility nationally and internationally, and capacitate motivated SCOPH holders. Next, please. The various components of my plan of action for the term would be following the internal operating guidelines of the SCOPH, would be various pillars, first being the activities in coordination with the VPA, to introduce new campaigns and to remodel the ongoing activities, as well to present at least one activity at the Rex Crossley Awards and present them at Soft Fair and Activities Fair as well. Next slide, please. Also to fulfill my IFMSA responsibilities like enrolling and reporting all the ongoing and new activities within the deadlines in the respective IFMSA programs, work with the SCOPH Regional Assist for Asia Pacific to align the priorities with the SCOPH IT, work at external representation at IFMSA meetings and have visibility at global level and encourage SCOPH heroes to apply and train them for the same. Meanwhile, parallelly have SC management with coordinating with the co-NPO for the annual working plans, have support team based on gender and
regional balance, bi-monthly OLMs, and compiling and monitoring activities. Next slide, please. Also to work on the most important aspect of exchanges with VPX and NEO and NORIs, to have more exchanges, smoother execution, and also to collaborate with SCORE for new projects on public health research projects. Also increase visibility with the help of DPRC, collaborate with other NMOs, Synarticals, Envani, Finestra, MSI for international recognition. Coordinate with the VPE for external opportunities.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much. We will now move on to the question answer round, opening the floor for questions. We have one from Arya. Is there anyone else typing? Okay, no one else. From Arya, how do you plan on devising hybrid events?
Yes.
Kritika?
Yes, you can start now. Your time starts now.
Okay, so I would like to formulate new hybrid events to smoothen the transition from online to offline events, and for that, develop new methodologies and member engagement as well. Members can start with organizing activities for their family members in their neighboring household, localities, societies, and neighborhoods. Also to expand that and have activities in societies in accordance to the guidelines set by MSAI for on-ground activities with safety protocols and social distancing. And as the colleges are reopening as well, I would also like to use the technologies which they have, like live streaming, and they already have social distancing for students. So implementing such activities for the activities targeted for medical students. I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Arya.
We have another question by Tahir. How do you plan on increasing outreach of public health exchanges across the country?
Okay, we would, as I had already mentioned in my induction plan of action, sorry, that I would like to have an induction session before public health exchanges calls are open, because to ease the process for people applying, to introduce it to a lot of colleges, include it in the induction materials to increase outreach and for people to know how smoothly they can apply for PH exchanges. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, I think the time's up. Thank
Yes,
you so much for your
20
answers. Yeah, thank you so much for your answers. We will now move on to the next candidate. This is for the position of National Officer at SCORA. We have Divya Garg. Divya, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, Kritika.
Yes, you can start now.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Divya Garg, and hereby I present my candidature for National Officer on Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights, including HIV and AIDS. Next slide, please. My journey with SCORA has just been a transformation from a very studious child to someone who now has a very strong perspective on SRHR related issues. I have worked as NORA Development Assist, an MSFC unit member in year 2020, and a SCORA local officer in year 2019. Next slide, please. I have been a part of various training and workshops like March Meeting 2021. Next slide, please. I have been part of SWGs at IFMS and MSCI level, like SRHR Translational Dictionary. And talking about exchange, I have worked upon proposal for SXC 2021, and I facilitated SCORA Virtual Exchange 2020. Next slide, please. Next slide. As throughout my term as a national assist, I have worked upon UMAR and SRHR awareness campaign as a national activity coordinator. I have also organized activities related to various other standing committees as well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. My plan of action basically includes to launch activities every month and to shift to on-ground activities as soon as we can, to develop modules for NGA and WM, to increase online workshops, webinars, and trainings, to work upon policies related to SRHR, to improve SCORA outreach, and to launch a SWG related to sexual history taking. Next slide, please. Talking about work with LORAs, I plan to organize monthly OLMs, half-yearly feedbacks to encourage their participation in SRHR-related opportunities at national and international levels. Next slide, please. My national activity plan includes activities focusing upon all focus areas of SCORA. The activities range from topics including rape culture to healthy relationships to breast cancer to body positivity. Next slide, please. Talking about exchanges, I plan to organize SXC 2022 and form regulations and similar national SXC opportunities for MSCI member. Next slide, please. At IFMSA level, I plan to enroll and report all SCORA-related activities to represent SCORA at IFMSA meetings, at activity fairs, Lex Crossley Awards, to work with SCORA RAP for inter-NMO collaborations. Next slide, please. For collaboration at MSCI level, I plan to work with VPE for further collaborations for webinars, workshops, and trainings. Inter-NMO, like to work with other standing committees and
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you, Divya. Now moving on to the question answer round. Wait, I haven't opened the floor for questions. The floor is now open for questions. Please type your questions again. We have one from Urmi, one from Varisha. Is there anyone else?
Yeah, I'm typing.
Okay, we have 3 questions. From Urmi, we have already worked on a sexual history taking activity this term. How will your plan of an SWG on sexual history taking be different? From Varisha, you have mentioned in your candidature that plan on increasing opportunities of MSI members in SXC. How do you plan on doing that? From Ishika, how do you plan to go about the virtual SXC? Kritika?
Yes, you can start answering now.
Talking about a guide to sexual history taking, I want to work about from the regional levels. What we talked about was general, but things vary from region to region based upon languages and based upon what is taught about by different teachers. So I want to bring that together in a module from different parts of our country, since our country is very diverse. So just want to bring them together in a guide, and definitely what we have worked upon will be the basics, and I want to improve upon that. Talking about increasing opportunities for MSCI and SXC, we can do something like when we organize webinars for our participants, we can include MSCI members for that. Also, we can prepare a guide. We can prepare a guide where we can put on steps on how to organize the activities at local level, like making a local team for a particular state. Then definitely we can have regional participation for the SXC states as well that we choose. Then how do you plan to go about virtual SXC? If possible, if I get a chance talking related to the at IFMSA level, we need to ask for permission. And if I get a chance to organize SXC, virtual SXC 2021, I'll definitely go ahead with that. I do have an experience of SXC 2020, virtual SXC 2020, so I plan to go about with that. Thank you.
Okay, do we have more time for another question?
25 seconds.
Okay, if someone can, we can try. Okay, we have one from Ritika. Plans to switch from on-ground activities to online activities, considering the pandemic and ensuring no compromise on content and outreach.
For doing to switch from to on-ground activities, the first would be to prepare a proper manual so that the local officers and the other members are aware how to go about.
Time is up.
Sorry, time is up. Thank you so much for your answers. Now we will move on to the next candidate. We have for the position of National Officer at SCORA, which is Nora. The candidate is Kriti Bhalotia. Kriti, are you present?
Yes, I'm present.
Okay, you are also audible. Kritika?
Yes.
Next slide, please.
You can start now.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kriti Bhalotia, and I am a third-year medical student from KPC Medical College, Kolkata, and I will be presenting before you my candidature for the position of National Officer on Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights, including HIV and AIDS, for the coming term. Next slide, please. My journey with MSI began in 2019 as a local officer of SCORA in 2019-20, and then the National Officer General Assistant of SCORA for the term 2020-21. In my work with SCORA, I have realized the power of safe spaces and how liberating it is to be a part of one, to say and be heard. And I want to extend this experience to everybody. Next slide, please. About my trainings and workshops, I was a participant at the OGA MM21 SCORA sessions. I also represented the NORAs and the SCORA plenary of the MM21. I have facilitated and participated in other national workshops throughout the last term. Next slide, please. As I was a national activity coordinator for 2 activities in the last term, Umar and Flight, Fight, Fright. As a local officer, I organized 6 on-ground SCORA activities and have participated, organized, and volunteered in various other standing committee activities in the last 2 years. Next slide, please. Next slide, my plan of action. So my national plans include activity-related capacity building and collaborations. I wish to release sustainable activities with smart objectives, encourage my local officers to conduct local activities on region-specific issues, conduct online SIHR campaigns. Capacity building includes building a sustainable gender-based violence workshop to continue organizing SCORA 101 workshops for local officers. My collaborations would include inter-SC collaborations for activities and collaborations with regional organizations with the help of RDs and BPE to increase local outreach. Next slide, please. IFMSC plans, among others, include enrollment and reporting of all SCORA activities in IFMSC programs and inter-NMO collaborations in the Asia-Pacific region with the help of the SCORA RA. Next slide, please. General administration includes recruitment of local officers, keeping regional and gender considerations into mind, regular OLMs, monthly exam forms, half-yearly feedback forms, national team buddy system, maintenance of standing committee databases. Next slide, please. My SXC plans include formulation of guidelines for conducting future SXCs and to work on the proposal of SXC 22 with the VPX. Next slide, please. This is my monthly.
Your time's up.
Thank you so much. Now moving on to the question answer round. The floor is now open. Perfect. We have 3 questions from Ishika, Urmi, and Varisha. From Ishika, how will you ensure good quality representation in the AF and RCA? And what will you do differently or add from the previous term to help SCORA activities win? From Urmi, you have mentioned in your candidature that you want to make sustainable activities. Can you elaborate on how you plan on doing the same? From Varisha, elaborate more on SCORA WebFest mentioned in your candidature. Kritika?
Yes, you can start answering now.
Okay. So about Urmi's question about sustainable activities, we could release what do you call it? We could release a form on the MSI server regarding a particular activity idea and to know the capacity of our members already on a certain topic. And regarding that, we could do a needs-based assessment and then create an activity with the problem statement that is sustainable and can be used in the years to come with slight modifications in the objectives and the indicators. About Varisha's question about the SCORA WebFest. So I plan to organize a SCORA WebFest, which will be a 3 to 4 days SRHR WebFest, where we could collaborate with our existing SRHR partners and bring in new partners to encompass all the 5 focus areas of SCORA and create an opportunity of capacity building for all our members. And taking Ishika's question, good quality representation in the activity fair and RCA. So for our activities to come, we would plan that our objectives, indicators, and our project design is such that our evaluation can be made simpler and it is more impactful with respect to the numbers, so that it creates an impact at the activities fair and helps SCORA activities from India win. Because we've had great ideas in the past, but just somewhere we lack in the impact that our activities create in the activities fair. So that will be my plan for this.
Okay, do we have time for some more questions?
25 seconds.
Okay, can you read the one given by Anandya? Do you plan to bring anything different to SXC for future exchanges?
SXC East was extremely inactive. I won't say extremely inactive, but the representation of East was very low in the past terms, and East has become really active this term. So the one thing that I want to bring differently to SXC is East involvement. Yeah, so
Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
answers. Moving on to the next candidature. We have for the National Officer at SCORA as a NORA, we have candidate Kritika Srivastava. Kritika, are you here?
Yes.
Yes. The other Kritika, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. You can start now.
Hi everyone, my name is Kritika and I'm candidate for the National Officer of SCORA. Next slide, please. I'm a second year MBBS student at IGGMC Nagpur. I am the co-founder of Career Wellness Foundation, which is an NGO which aims to destigmatize mental health. There I'm managing a team of about 54 people, so it's safe to say that I'm comfortable with leadership positions. This past term, I have been one of the local officers of SCORA, and I have thoroughly enjoyed my experience, and I have truly come to believe the vision that this standing committee stands for, that is to create a world where every individual is empowered to exercise their sexual and reproductive health and rights equally, free from stigma and discrimination. Next slide, please. So these are just a few snapshots of my involvement. Next slide, please. So this year, my agenda will be to reach a minimum of 100 local communities about the 5 focus areas of SCORA, with more emphasis on CSE, maternal health, and SGI. And this reach will be measured through pre or post-event questionnaires or interviews. Next slide, please. So each LORA will be assigned a member from the national team. And apart from what you can see from on your screen right now, we can also explore funding opportunities depending on the possibility of offline activities. So we can organize events like game nights, talent shows, competitions, and open mics, and they can be made open for all at a minimum fee after discussions at the VPA. Then in this, next slide, please. In this term, I would like to complete a total of 12 campaigns, 8 for medical students and 4 for the general public as a target audience. The recruitment of LORAs too can be diversified, and support team numbers can be increased by collaboration with the RDs. So we can also introduce more conversation circles and a SCORA newsletter. I would also like to inculcate a SCORA week in the middle of the tenure. It will be a week of capacity building for LORAs, and it will provide the LORAs to bond and keep their spirits high till the end of the term. This year, I would also like to try to open up windows for SCORA exchanges in collaboration with the VPX. A virtual exchange could be organized after discussion. Next slide, please. I would like to end with my mission statement. This mission statement has kept me going for this whole term, and I can assure you that it will be carried forward in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I open the floor for questions. We have 2 questions. Is anyone else typing? I do not hear a yes. So we have from Urmi. Kushal, you're typing. Okay, Kushal, fast. Wait, Kushal, you cannot type. We have one from Urmi and from Varisha. Urmi, could you elaborate on how you want to be representing SCORA, MSI India at IFMSA? From Varisha, how do you plan on working with the VPA for activities in your term? Kritika, the co-chair.
Yes, you can start answering now.
Okay, so thank you for your questions. Firstly, I would like to represent IFMSA by obviously giving, being more active on the Yahoo groups and on the Facebook groups, and also being in touch with the with the SCORA regional director. And we could, I could also attend all the meetings, like the regional meeting and the IFMSA meeting. And over there, we can have an opportunity to collaborate with other NMOs as well. And as for Varisha's question, how do you plan on working with the VPA for activities in your term? So especially for funding, I think I can collaborate with the VPA. I can go ahead and discuss the possibilities of different events like game nights, talent shows, etc. And also in terms of national campaigns, we can definitely diversify it more and collaborate with other standing committees as well to kind of make SCORA stand out and make it a bit more of a common name. Thank you.
Do we have time for another question?
40 seconds.
Yes. Does anyone have a question? I see none. Okay. Thank you so much, Kritika. Thank you for your answers. We will now move on to the next candidate for the position of National Officer at SCORA, which is Nora. We have Sana Mahajan. Sana, are you present? Sana is not present, nor did she send a presentation. We will move on to the next slide. We have for the position of National Officer at SCORA, we have candidate Bhavya Pava. Bhavya, are you present?
Yes.
Okay. Kritika?
1 second. Yes, you can start presenting.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Bhavya Pava, a second-year med student and current Laura for UCMS New Delhi. Next. I believe my novel ideas, empathetic nature, and exceptional leadership experience, which includes youngest founding president for any Dandy neurosurgery club in the world, founder of Iridescence, India's first LGBT rights promoting club in any medical institution, and the national director for Sexual and Reproductive Society of Games 2020-21, make me a fit candidate for this post. West, my detailed CV regarding MSI and IFMSA, please check your inbox. Next, my agenda is to create a safe space where anyone is free to opt for any choice pertaining to their sexual and reproductive rights. My objectives include promoting knowledge, action, and friendship. Next, superficially, my plan of action involves preparing and planning, inclusion and supervision, and implementing those ideas into reality. Next, well, I plan to work in close proximity to the EBTO. I shall consult the VPA for drafting and management of activities. VPE shall be contacted for collaborations, partnerships to increase the outreach. To carry the legacy of SCORA Exchange, advice of VPX and VPCB shall be taken. Smooth communication with VPCB on all matters related to workshops. Issuing of letters, opening calls for supporting will include working with the VPI. Next. Not only this, I shall work with RDs in recruiting applicants as Lauras to increase the outreach. DPRC shall be informed and taken assistance for promotional material design and online campaigns, collaborating with other standing committees for increasing the diversity of events. Next, apart from the already existing activities, I'd like to collab with other international SCORA chapters for international projects. I try my best to promote Lauras for local events, like my own Nara's Urmi Barisha, who supported me so much, where I've been the only Laura to have a local event so far, which was one of the finalists of the MedFest. Workshops and agendas which still haven't been touched shall be covered on a quarterly basis, and I bring on table events like SCORA-specific conferences, simulation sessions, campaigns, etc. Next, if you have any questions at all, do let me know. Till then, stay safe and be free to practice your own sexual and reproductive rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, now I open the floor for questions. We have 2 questions. Is there anyone else typing a question from the EBTO? I do not hear a yes. So we have one from Barisha and Urmi. From Barisha, you have mentioned in your POA about collaborating with other SCORA chapters and proposing international activities. Could you elaborate on that? From Urmi, please elaborate on how you will be working with other EBTO members during your term if elected. Kritika?
Okay.
Yes, you can speak now. Your time starts now.
Sure. So taking Barisha's question first, like I mentioned, collaborating for international activities. So like, we've already got a big broadband base for the national ones. I shall be doing the international activities while I shall be doing the international activities by, collaborating with the other NMOs like the other countries so that, we can have much more inclusiveness of the different diverse culture which is in there, and to actually find out that, how inclusiveness of sexual and reproductive rights which are there in different parts of the country can make an actual difference in the lives of people. And taking Urmi's question, can we go back to my slides number 5 and 6?
We cannot show slides. I'm sorry, Kritika, you'll have to go forward. Yeah.
Okay, so like I've very, in a very elaborative manner, I've mentioned it that how I will be reaching to different parts of the EBTO, whether it's a VPA for activities or it's reaching out for increased outreach to VPE to discuss with the VPE that how can we increase the outreach and which are the potent collaboration and partnerships that we can have for increasing the legacy of SCORA exchange. I would love to, reach out to more countries with the help of VPX. And with VPCB, definitely I'll be working on the SCORA exchange as well as different workshops for capacity building to increase, the information about ASRH amongst the masses of medical students. And as I've mentioned again in my slides about working with other standing committees, for more diversity of events. Like if we're doing an event on, let's say, abortion, then that would include working with MSFC. If you're working on something related to LGBT, then that would include public health. If it's something related to CSC, that could even include the medical education, because, knowing about your own anatomy, physiology, that requires rather all the standing committees. And then at the last, increasing the outreach at the the online manner, because in the COVID time we simply can't work.
Bhavya, time's up.
Okay, thank you. I hope your questions are answered.
Thank you so much, Bhavya, for your answers. We will now move forward with the next candidate. This is for the position of National Officer at SCORP, which is the North. The candidate is Shobit Saxena. Shobit, are you present?
Yeah, I'm present. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're very audible. Kritika?
Yes, you can start now.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. Great things happen when you least expect them. For me, it was when I joined MSI and SCORP. It changed my life completely. I instantly knew this is where I belong and wanted to grow. So today, I, Dr. Shobit Saxena, proudly present to you my candidature for the position of National Officer on Human Rights and Peace. Next, please. My journey began as a local officer in 2018 by conducting all the amazing activities that were launched in that term. Next, please. Next year, I attended Surviving Disaster Workshop in NGA Chandigarh and got selected as the VPI assistant, which helped me to develop data handling and administrative skills. Next, please. Currently, as NOBG, I have done all the work given to me with utmost sincerity and responsibility and learned the working of the national team and the SCORP India. Next, please. I have experience in capacity building through workshops, SWGs, but the proudest moment was to present Udan at AP Week Activities Fair, where we emerged victorious. The knowledge and skills I gained in these 3 years will help me become a better NOB, a doctor, and a better person in life. Next, please. I plan to launch sustainable activities on these major and minor priorities in accordance with the SDGs, with possible collaboration with other SCs. Also, we'll take forward the sustainable activities of the previous term. Next, please. Nationally, along with the regular duties of the NOB, I plan to create a digital SCORPedia, provide strong incentives to LOs such as mentions and SCORP digital goodies to conduct local activities, and also have anonymous feedbacks for improvement. Internationally, I wish to collaborate with other NMOs, ensure MSI representation, apply for Rex Cross-Lane Activities Fair, timely enrollment and reporting of activities, and be a prompt link between SCORP IT and SCORP India. Next, please. I wish to have a coherent relation with my co-NOB and with the team of enthusiastic Scorpions. I will develop a mental health blog along with guidelines for the SC and have regular check on the team and their work through monthly OLMs. Also, have mock tests with Miko and regional sessions to increase member engagement. For fun team learning and building, will launch Scorpion Tales and Digital Love Bombs along with other SCORP fun activities. Next, please. To increase visibility of SCORP India on social media, we'll have regular posts on MSI official pages and send articles for MSI magazines as well. I intend to have a healthy communication and working relation with the EBTO, as all of this won't be possible without their support. Next, please. In the end, I would like to promise that I aim to fly higher with Miko to take SCORP India to greater heights. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. I will now open the floor for questions. We have one question. Is there anyone else typing? Is there anyone else? I do not hear a yes. From Salman, we have, how do you plan to increase the SCORP trainers considering IFMSA certified trainings are not happening online? From Ritika, what would SCORPedia contain as mentioned in your presentation? Kritika?
Yes, you can start answering now.
Thank you so much for the questions. To answer Salman's question, how do you plan to increase the SCORP trainers considering IFMSA certified trainings are not happening online? First of all, because everything is now shifted to online, and because of the pandemic, we can't have more IFMC trainings. We'll focus on our national trainers, will capacitate them, and will have quality trainings. We can also invite international IFMC trainers for capacity building of the new trainers, and promote the workshops and sessions through various platforms on our MSI platforms. I hope I answered that question. To answer Ritika's question, what would SCORPedia contains as mentioned in your presentation? Okay, SCORPedia will contains all the basic, from the basic to the complex things related to SCORP, from the ABCDs of SCORP and to the things we will be doing in our term, from the things we have already conducted to the things we'll be conducting in this term. Basically, it will be an encyclopedia from which any general member can get a glance about what is SCORP, what we aim for, and what we do here. Basically, it will help us to increase general member engagement. It will also help in increasing the visibility of SCORP India, and also will help us for the general members to know what our purpose is and what we want to do. So thank you so much.
Kritika, do we have more time?
30 seconds.
Does anyone have any question?
I guess
there is no more questions. Thank you so much for your presentation and your answers. We will now move to the next. For the position of National Officer at SCORP, which is NORC, we have candidate Manal Khurshid. Manal, are you here?
Yeah, hi, am I audible? Actually, my internet connection has been unstable for the past 10 minutes. I'm not sure why.
Okay, cool. No issue. I hope it goes smoothly. Kritika, are you ready?
Yes, hold on. You can start now.
Good evening, everyone. I, Manal Khurshid, a third-year student from Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, Aligarh Muslim University, am grateful for the opportunity to present my candidature for the position of the National Officer on Human Rights and Peace for the upcoming term. Next slide, please. My journey with MSCI began in 2019. Since then, I've collectively organized, volunteered for, and participated in more than 40 events and webinars. With every event, my knowledge increased, and so did my passion for fighting towards a better world. Next slide, please. From being a workshop participant to a facilitator and now a national trainer, my journey has been one of growth, of learning, of improving upon and acquiring new skills. Next slide, please. As a general assistant, I've been an efficient contact person between our NORPs, LORPs, and general members. I've assisted in the development, evaluation, and enrollment of 7 activities, 2 workshop modules, maintenance of multiple databases, and was also the coordinator for 1 activity. Next slide, please. If elected to be a NORP, I plan to launch sustainable activities based on these national priorities, for some of which I'll collaborate with other standing committees and external partners. To ensure sustainability, I plan to relaunch these 2 activities from the previous terms as well. With SCORE and SCOPE, I wish to develop a toolkit on ethics and code of conduct and exchanges. Next slide, please. Having attended more than 40 hours of workshop sessions, I believe capacity building is one of the most important ways to bring about change. Through HR 101 and Trainers Aras workshops, I hope to bring together LORPs and other Scorpions from across the country to brainstorm ideas and share experiences. Next slide, please. The backbone of any standing committee are its national team assistants and local officers. To build a strong team, I shall conduct monthly OLMs and team building activities. I will ensure a regular follow-up on databases, mental health check-ins with the team, and ensure a fair distribution of responsibilities and opportunities among them. I'll form internal SWGs and conduct an LO SCORP fair to help local officers understand the development of an activity from scratch. Next slide, please. I assure you that through regular communication with my co-NORP and the EBTO, in conjunction with my hard work, passion, grit, and experience, I'll build upon the amazing work done till now and take our standing committee to even greater heights. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I will now open the floor for questions. We have 2 questions from Kosha and Arpita. Is there any more questions? Okay, now we have 3 questions. Okay, from Kosha, what difference and updates would you like to make to relaunch your sustainable activities in the next project cycle? From Arpita, Having worked as an assist, how will you use the experience and ensure teamwork and delegation of tasks within the national team to ensure coordination? And from Anindya, what do you plan on including in the toolkit for SCORP exchanges?
You can start answering the questions now.
Thank you for your questions. So for the projects, for the sustainability of the projects, I will ensure that first of all, we choose projects which are going to be relevant for the foreseeable future. And in the project design, we will include some pointers for the subsequent national officers for tips that they can include, or we'll also leave some room for them to make their activity their own, to give their own personal touch to the project. To answer Arpita's question, how will I use the experience and ensure teamwork and delegation of tasks? So for any task that comes up, first, we'll train the assists for every single task that is to be done by them. We'll teach them the working of the Excel sheets, the DAF, how to handle the DAF responses, and then we'll ensure that under the guidance of the NOPS, everybody is assigned different responsibilities and they are rotated throughout the term, so that by the end of the term, each assist has worked on every single aspect of the committee and is ready for any future responsibilities that they wish to take in the committee. And to answer the last question, what do I plan on including in the toolkit for the SCORP exchanges? So since exchanges do involve a lot of intercultural mingling, a lack of knowledge of these cultures leaves a lot of room for error, which might lead to upsetting people, to even being discriminated against yourself or discriminating against somebody else. So this will be a toolkit to help participants understand the ethics, the way they can mingle with different cultures and understand different cultures. And it will be used for by both the participants of the exchange opportunities as well as the OC in case India is hosting an exchange program. I hope that answers your questions.
Okay. Do we have time?
No.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Manal, for your answers. Now we will move forward with the next candidate. That is for the position of National Officer at SCORE. The candidate is Soham Agarwal. Soham, are you present?
Yes, I'm present.
Perfect. Kritika?
Yes, you can start now, Suman.
Dear MSI family, dear Scorpions, with my soul on green fire for SCORP, I, Soham Agarwal, present to you my candidature for the position of National Officer on Human Rights and Peace for the term 2021-2022. Next slide, please. My journey started back in the year 2018 as a general member, where I participated at local events and got the chance to attend NGA21. As a law, I organized various on-ground events. It was Udan that fueled my passion to continue my journey forward. Next slide, please. As a NOP GA, I assisted national team in designing various online activities. During this term, I also got the chance to attend HRMP workshop, March meeting, and facilitate SCORP sessions at Trainers RS and NGA2021. Next slide, please. As a NOP, my plan of actions include activities implementation, wherein I aim to launch impactful and sustainable activities, and depending upon the COVID situation, I will try to ensure conversion of online to offline activities. Next, capacity building, wherein I aim to launch new SCORP modules, Trainer as 2.0, and a human rights training manual. Member engagement and communication, wherein I aim to continue previous team building initiatives along with SCORP webinars and open space discussions for the general members, collaborating with other standing committees, external partners, and other MMOs. Next, please. Increasing visibility and promotion on all possible platforms. Next slide, please. My focus areas are in accordance with IFMS's global priorities and sustainable development goals. My major priorities include nuclear weapons and bioterrorism, human rights-based approach to climate change, vulnerable population during health crisis. The minor priorities include the right to health, right to privacy, food security, gender equality. Next slide, please. My plans with SCORP team include maintaining equal gender and regional representation while recruiting them, having monthly OLMs, launching SCORP tutorials in order to build capacity of the LOs before they implement the activities launched, choosing LO of the month, and reinitiating SCORP LO fair. Next slide, please. All my decisions will be taken after consultation with the CONOR and in accordance with SCORP bylaws and IOGs. Next slide, please. With this, I promise to bring an impact and be the change you want to see. I am putting myself forward, not just because I believe in myself, but because I believe in SCORP and our members, and I believe in supporting them to reach their full potential. Next slide, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Now we'll move on to the question answer round. I open the floor now for questions. We have received 2 questions. Is there anyone else typing? I don't hear a yes. Okay. From Arya, Udan has been a sustainable activity with a huge impact. How will you ensure greater impact considering the term may be online again? From Ritika, international plans for SCORP, question mark. Kritika?
Yes, he can start answering now.
Okay, so thank you for your questions. Okay, so reading Arya's question, Udan has been a sustainable activity with huge impact. How will you ensure greater impact considering the term may be online again? Okay, so thank you, Arya, for your question. First of all, the second phase of the Udan will still remain in the continuation. I know it's difficult for the in the states where the lockdown is the lockdown rules are strict. But in certain states where the lockdown rules are quite less and in accordance with the government policies and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, in such states, Udan can be implemented very well, such as in East states. And after that, Udan will be taken to the third phase, that is women empowerment and financial stability of the women, in which we will have external collaboration from certain NGOs that have quite an experience of working in a pandemic situation, such as Azad Foundation. Now answering to Ritika's question, international plans for SCORP. So international plans for SCORP, first of all, it includes sending good quality activities for the activities fair and Rex Crossley awards. Along with that, I will ensure that there is a good quality of representation from SCORP India in MMs, OGAs, and even in APRMs. Any time left?
Yes, 20 seconds.
Okay, so along with that, SCORP RS will be coordinated in for the inter-animo collaborations. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you so much for your answer, Sohab. We will now move forward to the next candidate. Before this, is it okay with the EBTO that we take a break for 10 minutes because it has been a long day?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Does anyone have any objection to this? I hear none. So we will get back in 10 minutes. That is at 7:15 p.m. Until then, cheers. Okay, and we are back. I hope everyone is back. Kritika, okay, I can see Kritika, Payal, and Shail. Are you here?
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Yes.
we will have to go forward with a roll call again for the EBTO members. So let me know when you're done with the copy paste of the table. Are you done, Shail?
Yeah, I'm done. Copy pasted.
Okay, perfect. So we'll go with the roll call of the EBTO members. Please be ready. Just give me a minute. Okay, perfect. Starting with the EB, Purva Prabha Patil,
Present.
Molly Mehta, VPE, Molly Mehta, VPE,
Present.
Katya Saxena, VPI,
Present.
Ritika Mishra, VPA,
Present.
Chaitanya Kalra, VPF,
Present.
Drumil Patil, VPCB, Drumil Patil, VPCB, absent. Anindya Agarwal, VPX.
Present.
Now going on to the TO, Shagufta Rahman, DPRC. Not present. Salman Khan, NPO.
Present.
Arpita Pava, NPO.
Present.
Henna Bandhari, NORC.
Present.
Ishika Kaul, NORC.
Present.
Varisha Fatima, Nora.
Present.
Urmi Jindal, Nora.
Present.
Nishan Nagpal, Nomi.
Present.
Kosha Gala, Nomi.
Present.
Jaykumar Patel, Nori.
Present.
Shiva Sandesh, Nori.
Present.
Tahir Tinwala, Neo.
Present.
Manav Ghai, Neo. Not present. Rahul Chaudhary, RD North.
Present.
Kartike Oja, RD East. Okay. Okay. Arya Shah, RD West.
Present.
Gayatri Priya V, RD South.
Present.
Can we have the number of total voting members?
Just a minute.
We are having 21 people right now.
Okay, we have 21 people present. We have quorum. We will continue with the presentation. Now moving forward with the next presentation for National Officer for SCOME. That is the NOMI. We have candidate Meha Yadav. Meha, are you present? Meha, are you present? Okay, nope. Please move on to the next candidate. I think the slides are added, so just go next. Okay, now moving forward with the next candidate for the position of National Officer SCOME. We have Arpita Saxena. Arpita, are you here?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Kritika?
Yes, you can start now.
A very good evening to one and all present here. Today, I, Arpita, would like to present my candidature for National Officer on Medical Education 2021-22. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. These are the contents I would be covering today. In my 3 years journey of MSCI, I have held various positions, including Local Officer on Medical Education, Unit Member for the MSSC India Unit, General Assist to the National Officer on Medical Education, and the General Secretary for the MSSC India Unit. Next slide, please. My vision for the term, if elected, would be to highlight SCOME MSI on the IFMST map. Next slide, please. My goal would be to empower SCOMEdians by creating high impact and sustainable activities, focusing on SCOME global and national priorities, increasing national and international visibilities of SCOME MSI, providing more capacity building and external representation opportunities to members of MSI. Next slide, please. My focus areas for the term would consist of medical education system, teaching medical skill, capacity building in medical education, and advocacy in medical education. Next slide, please. For the SCOME team, along with my co-nomi, I would select motivated local officers and responsible assist and keep them involved in all matters of the SCOME team. All actions will be taken in accordance with the bylaws of MSCI and in accordance with SCOME IOGs. Next slide, please. I would maintain complete transparency with all EBTO members on all matters. I would keep the president in loop about all SCOME initiatives, work with the VPE on all matters of external affairs and policies, work with the VPI to ensure maximum participation for the standing committee, work with the VPA on all aspects of activity management, design good quality workshops with the VPCB. Next slide, please. Work with the VPX to develop a toolkit on social accountability in exchanges and work to introduce SCOME schools. Work with the VPF for allocation of funds and keep a transparent channel for the same. Work with the GPRC to increase visibility of SCOME within and outside MSCI. Work with other national officers and units to have an effective coordination about possible collaborations, and work with the regional directors to...
I'm sorry, time's up. Your time's up.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. We will now open the floor for questions. We have 2 questions. Do we have more questions? Okay, we have 3 questions. We will start with Ishika, Nishant, and Ritika. Ishika, what are the new evaluation strategies and methodologies for activities you have planned for the term, if elected? From Nishant, how do you plan on organizing local activities and encourage LOMIs for the same? From Ritika, plans for sustainable activities.
Okay, you can start answering now.
Okay, first of all, thank you everyone for your questions. So evaluation strategies would be, first of all, a baseline assessment. Then moving on to pre and post-event questionnaires, we would be having qualitative and quantitative evaluation, having open and closed-ended questionnaires. Then would be gap assessment, knowledge, attitude, and practice. Then for webinars, we would have we would be evaluating by the number of registrations, as well as views for live stream webinars, the number of views we get on YouTube, as well as on social medias, and the number of outreach on social media posts. For methodologies, we would be having awareness sessions, group discussions, campaigns, capacity building session, advocacy sessions, panel discussions, external webinars, as well as small working groups. Then moving on to the next question, for local activities, we would first be encourage and promote local activities with the help of the regional directors as well as the local officers. Then, so we would help them with the project design and get approval with the help of the VPA. Then help them with the enrollment with the help of the VPA. Then we would increase visibility with the via social media, and outstanding activities would be featured in Vani and Fenestra. And for local officers, we would with the help of the VPA, we would organize an activity a session on project designing early in the term, so that they are acquainted with how to go about with organizing local activities. So for sustainable activities, we already have Beat the Burnout, which has already been going on for 2 terms. So we do plan on going that forward with a newer methodology, with a newer point of view for psychological first aid. And also same goes for Drop the Dope 3.0 with a newer point of view for bringing out the same, as well as if possible, if we go on for offline events, then intro to clinics, which is
I'm sorry, time's up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arpita, for your answers. We will now move forward with the next candidate. That is for the position of National Officer at SCOME. That is the NOMI. We have candidate Prabhat Jha. Prabhat, are you here?
Yes, I am. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are both.
I have a weak internet connection. Would it be all right if I switch off my camera?
Yeah, sure. No problem.
Thanks a lot.
Kritika.
Okay. You can start now.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Prabhat Jha, and I'm here to present my candidature for National Officer on Medical Education 2021-22. Oh, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Previous. Overall, I have worked as a NOMI General Assist and General Secretary for MSCI UNESCO Bioethics Unit, and was also able to gain some valuable SCOME experience. Next slide, please. These are some of the ways in which I would like to promote coordination in the EBTO. Next, please. Next, please. And my national team. Next slide, please. The vision of my term would be to create a strong team of medical education advocates who shall understand their roles in the MES better and work towards the overall development. The focus areas that I would like to focus on would be teaching medical skills, advocacy and meaningful student involvement, overall CB in the field of medical education, and understanding the medical education systems. The methodologies that I would like to put forward would be workshops, campaigns, group discussions, and awareness sessions. Next slide, please. Okay, so these would be my approaches towards the focus areas. So for advocacy and meaningful student involvement, I would like to take capacity building sessions related to advocacy in medical education and stakeholder analysis and meaningful student involvement. Moving on. For understanding the medical education systems, I would like to conduct workshops on education strategies, teaching and learning activity on understanding the curriculum planning and design and development, and promote interprofessional education. Overall, CB in ME, I would like to take sessions on global health, workforce and mobilization, social accountability in medical education, and a week-long series of sessions on SCOME focus areas. For teaching medical skills, I would like to promote activities on soft skills with an interprofessional education approach. Next slide, please. So these are some of the collaborations that I shall be looking forward to with other standing committees. Next, please. And although a bit ambitious, but yes, I do plan to have this in my mind that if we get a chance to have a shift back from online to offline, then I would like to try and work on SCOME specific guidelines for the activities with the BPA, convert the toolkits of activities planned for coming year as per the offline setup, and organize hands-on workshops on medical skills like suturing, ECG, BLS, etc. Next, please. Next, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Prabhat, for your presentation. I will now open the floor for questions. We have all the questions ready. From Kosha, we have, how do you plan to incorporate advocacy in the SC and make the SC not just an activity-based SC, but also an advocacy-based SC? From Katya, you were also bioethics unit GSEC this year. Any skills you learned in that capacity that would aid you as a NOMI if elected? From Salman, can you elaborate a bit on the focus area, understanding the MES mentioned by you? How exactly would you like to go about it during the term if elected? Kritika?
You can start answering.
Thank you so much for all the questions. So I would like to start answering. Regarding Kosha's question, I think we have been doing some great job for transitioning from an activity-based to an advocacy-based based standing committee, and I think it would be important that we we start considering the collaborations that we have had already in this term, be it collaborations with the other NMOs or and some of the stakeholders as well. I think I would like to continue with them and more or less, and moreover, I would also like to collaborate with the VPE to promote more and more collaborations with more and more stakeholders, so that we can advocate better for the medical education systems. Then moving on, yes, I was the general secretary for the MSI UNESCO Bioethics unit as well, and the most important skill that I have learned along the term would be, I think, the leadership skills that I've gained. I've understood the team dynamics, and like it is, I have explored a lot of ways in which I could maximize the output that was generated from my team. So I think those skills I would really like to promote as and use when I would, if elected as the NOMI. And moving on, so okay, so the basic aim of this particular focus area, understanding the MES, would be to make the students of our country understand where exactly to intervene in the medical education system, because we do understand advocacy and meaningful students involvement, but the students would have to understand their role as well in the MES. So I think it is important that I think it would start with a basic MES survey.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Oh, okay. I hope.
Thank you so much, Prabhat, for your answers. We would now go forward with the next candidate. That is for the position of National Officer at SCOPE, or the NEO. We have first candidate Gurnur Kaur. Gurnur, are you present?
Yeah, I'm present. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you're both audible and visible. Kritika?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Good evening. You can start now. Yeah.
To the EBTO and the MSI family, it is with a pleasure that today I present my candidature for National Exchange Officer incomings. Who am I, you might ask? Next slide, please. I'm Gurnur, a fourth-year MBBS student who loves to bake, travel, explore new places, cultures, and is an enthusiast for social work and learning new things. Next slide. Why me? Well, I've been in this wonderful organization for a period of almost 3 years now, and serving as the local public health officer, activating my college to accommodate the SCOPE incomings. Next slide. Working as a LEO, the NEO Development Assist, as well as a unit member for MSCI UNESCO Bioethics Unit, and organizing over 30 activities. I have learned some very important skills such as leadership. Next slide. Such as team management, leadership, communication, critical thinking. Next slide. Time management, multitasking, problem solving, and organizational skills. Next slide, please. And I believe it is not just the experience and the skills that count. To be an efficient leader, one must have goals and strategies to achieve that goals. Next slide, please. I would like to work on the capacity building and the administration during this term by selecting responsible national team, motivated LEOs, keeping in mind the gender and the regional representation, working with the NORI to hold LEO Lori weekends and training, attending the EBTO meets, and working with the co-NEO to work on an annual working plan that is feasible and achievable. Next slide. I would also like to increase the hosting capacity by activating new colleges, renewing contracts with already active colleges, and surveying the current hosting capacity to know how much we have and how much we need to increase and improve upon. Next slide. I would also increase the international relation and visibility by ensuring proper representation at GA and RM, promoting exchanges at Exchange Fair, virtual exchanges. Next slide. I would like to work on collaborations with the EB and Standing Committee to ensure their modules are incorporated into the UAT and incorporating activities into SCOPE. Next slide. Member engagement, next slide, would be increased by activities, SWGs, and trainings, workshops. Next slide. The AQ would be While you wait,
Sorry,
thank
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Gurnur, for your presentation. I will now open the floor for questions. We have 3 questions from Anindya. What will you do differently to ensure safety and sustainability if we accept incomings depending on the situation next term? From Shiva, considering the number of exchange outgoing cancellations and refunds, how do you propose hosting incomings without a bilateral cancellation of the contract? Jay, can you elaborate your plans to work on member engagement despite the pandemic situation? Kritika.
You can start answering now.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Starting with Anandya's questions, I would start first of all like to work on an exchange policy so that we have a set line of guidelines which we can follow to ensure that the safety is maintained. Other than that, we would like to accommodate some things like gloves, sanitizers, face masks into the welcome kit that we present to the incomings. We would also make sure that all the incomings who are coming into our country have their vaccinations complete and have a negative testing of COVID, which is not more than 48 hours prior to their onboarding. Moving on to Shiva's question, considering the number of exchange outgoing cancellations and refund, how do you propose to host incoming without bilateral cancellation of contracts? A lot of contracts we do know have sadly been cancelled, but in case a country like our outgoing doesn't want to go, but there is an incoming from that country, we could surely make those exchanges unilateral, with the unilateral fee being paid to our country and host them. Moving on to Jeff's question, can you elaborate on your plans to member engagement despite this? Okay, so for member engagement, I plan on introducing some activities into the standing committee. So we can formulate small working groups, we can have workshops which could be online or offline depending upon the situation. And we could surely introduce some activities such as ethics in exchanges and social accountability in exchanges, global health education, which could all be held in an online situation. Thank you.
Kritika, do we have more time?
No, yes. 4 seconds.
Okay, no, we don't have any more time for questions. Thank you so much for your answers, Gurnur. We will now move forward with the next candidate for the position of National Officer at SCOPH, which is the NEO. The candidate is Uma Gupta. Uma, are you present?
Hello, good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Just a minute. Kritika?
Yes, you can start presenting now.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Uma Gupta, presenting my candidature for the post of NEO out after 2 wonderful terms at MSI as the LPO and then as the NEO assist. Next, please. During my terms, I have had the opportunity to work in 3 SWGs, attend an APEX session and a delegate to MM, as well as a sessions team member in the APRM. Next, please. Professional exchanges is one step forward to the global health vision for health for all. And with this motivation, I present to you my plan of action. Next slide, please. My plan of action includes all of these, but is not limited to the following things: accommodating previous year outgoings, ensuring resourceful outgoing call 2021, strengthening the public health exchange, ensuring capacity building, introducing activities and virtual exchanges, introducing newer initiatives, and promoting international relations. Next slide, please. In previous year outgoings, we would like to ensure that safe exchanges take place for those who are going, and compensation is done for those students who are unable to go because of their host cancelling. To update database availability sheet and balance sheet. In the new call, we would like to implement a new PBS, a new application procedure, and update outgoing reports as they are currently not present on the IFMSA portal. We want to include database training as a part of PDT before students start their procedure with the outgoing call. In public health exchange, we want to collaborate with SCOPH so that our local officers are trained enough to fill the internship form and know how to create more internships. In capacity building, we would continue to have Leo-Lori weekends and improve the academic qualities by CB workshops by including VPCB and RDs for active areas and more for the other ones. Next slide, please. A virtual exchange can be planned with the help of SCOME, as it is one of the most viable virtual exchanges, and infrastructure can be laid for other activities. To collaborate with travel agencies, considering the dynamics of travel currently, and to create a safe space of communication between previous year and new outgoings, setting up a grievances system, a 6-monthly report.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I will now open the floor for questions. Okay, Chaitanya, Shiva, and Anandya. Chaitanya, exchanges take an application fee of 1,000 rupees for applying to exchanges. How do you plan on putting it to use within the exchanges space? From Shiva, you mentioned about implementing a new PBS. What changes do you propose to the current exchange selection process? From Anandya, what are your plans for SCOME X and how viable do you think it is? Kritika?
Yes, she can start answering.
Thank you for the questions. So firstly, our application fee is used up for maintaining the database, paying for the database, also the ISIC card that was previously done, and for all the procedure that we undergo. It can also include travel agency costs if we work out the logistics, especially because this year travel is posing as a very big problem considering the Indian passport is not strong enough. To answer Shiva's question, the new PBS is an idea to ensure the quality of activities that the other standing committees do, as we have seen a surge of activities in the last month before the outgoing call. So to maintain academic quality on our end, to maintain quality on theirs, we can cap the number of events and we can change it to Excel sheet instead of the current Word document to ensure that no problem happens on our end, especially during the correction. My plans for SCOME-X include a very basic blueprint, that is to study about healthcare infrastructure in our country and in other countries, especially owing to the current low and middle class income countries versus high income countries, and based on and collaborating with other animals for the same, as SCOME work, as we're currently working on a SCOME exchange, and it can be very viable. Thank you.
Do we have time for more questions?
20 seconds.
There is Nishant's question. In your POA, you mentioned about exchanges with SCOME.
SCOME exchange can be done virtually if we collaborate, we continue the teamwork between standing committees, especially SCOME and SCOPE, along with the VPX. We can do it virtually. And to answer Tahir's question about contracts.
Sorry, I'm sorry, time's up.
Okay. Thank you so much, Uma, for your question. And with this, we will be shifting the presentation. I will be the one sharing screen because it is Kritika's time to present and to maintain equality for all candidates. Kritika, yeah. So just give me some minutes for me to set up my screen. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
Okay, and there's nothing blocking the screen?
Clearly visible.
Okay, perfect. Kritika, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, this is for the position of National Officer at SCORE or the NORI. We have a candidate, Kritika Malik, and your time starts now.
Good evening, respected EBTO. I, Kritika Malik, hereby present you with my candidature for NORI. Local officer conduct induction every term, but not a lot of people are interested in attending, as everyone feels that exchanges are meant and important for people who are willing to apply for the foreign exams. I want to remove this misconception by promoting and making members realize how important it is to understand various aspects like intercultural learning, global health education, etc., to be a competent doctor. Next slide. Starting with my international experience, I attended meetings like National Research Camp by LEMSEC, Lebanon, UHC campaign with an exchange session, RT and IT OLMs. I was a trainer for Exchange Expert Workshop at the HEMSEC International Training 2021 Greece. Also, I'll be attending the pre-APRM session in the Ready stream coming July. National experience include my job as a Lori, WHO workshop for AMR, and several 25 plus organizing activity of other standing committees. Next slide. Coming to my plan of action, it is divided into 4 main pillars as follows. Next slide. Capacity building by intensive promotions of NGA and PES through alluring infographics, activating colleges with the main focus on inactive states, reopening exchanging a strategic plan and online capacity building opportunity to capacitate exchange officers and future outgoing students on how to manage exchange during the pandemic situation as well as on the recovery phase. The SWG for creating a report to improve the outreach of SCORE, working closely with VCB and VPF to create capacity building sessions and online training for fundraising respectively. Next slide. Academic quality being the soul of exchanges, improvement would be done through webinars on AQ for the loadies, capacity building for PET and the UAT, including guidance for the correct use of AQ logbook through webinars. Aim for the term also include promoting PRET and TNET through social media and signing contracts in the August meeting for the term. Next slide. Next pillar being research education, SWG for a research guide for members, research campaign, and quarterly activities that could be conducted by journal member. Next slide. Communication and collaboration and team spirit would be through Lodi Leo weekend and the buddy groups. Next slide. Last pillar being recognition and promotion, digital campaign, intensive promotion before the SCORE, the exchange calls, and next slide.
Thank you so much. Your time is up. And now I open the floor for question and answers. Okay, we have questions. Wait, I don't know which one is the first question.
It's Shiva's.
Yeah. Just a minute. Shiva, yeah. How do you plan on managing the outgoing situation for the term 2021-2022? From Anindya. What are your ideas for increasing research education activities within SCORE? From Jay, how do you plan to strengthen your research strength at SCORE by using knowledge gained at the National Research Camp by LEMSEC? Kritika, your time starts now.
Okay, so coming to Anindya's question, the various research education activity I came up would include open science, collaboration with other committees, like other committees member mentioned about code of conduct by SCOPH and research and public health by SCOPH, and research, various study designs, importance of research at UG level, women's in research, ethics in research. So these are a few research educational activities I have in mind, which could be discussed with the SCORE team. And Jay's question, what was it? How do you plan to strengthen research? Attending the research camp, I understood various aspects that Indian students don't understand or don't even think about while talking about research, like publishing and the statistical analytics, etc. So I have an idea of promoting that in India as well. Coming to Shiva's question, how do I plan for managing outgoing situation for the term? First of all, I'll be very specific with the guidelines for both the outgoing students and the incoming students, so that when there is a cancellation, they should be aware of everything. And second, the addition of face masks and sanitizer on the toolkit that we give to the incoming students, and for the outgoing students, there would be a PET, pre-departure training for them to understand and to train them for the risk and how to manage the crisis in case any arise in the situation.
Okay, we have 20 seconds more. There is Kosha's question. How do you plan to make your activity sustainable?
My activity sustainable would include, as research is a vast topic, we can come up with different methodology. Like if this term it is a webinar, next term it could be a group discussion, other term it could be a toolkit for the journal members.
Kritika, time up. Thank you so much for your presentation and for your answers. Now we will move forward with the next candidate. This is for the position of National Officer at SCORE. That is the NORI. We have a candidate, Kushal. Kushal, are you ready?
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
My network connection is not that good, so I would not be comfortable with that camera thing.
Perfect, no issue. Yeah, no issue. Okay, your time starts now.
Next slide. So good evening, everybody. Now let's when we talk about my candidature for No 2021, we will be talking about these all aspects. Next slide, please. Talking about myself, I'm Kushal. I'm a second-year med school student from Nine Medical College and Hospital. And next slide, please. I have been lower for this term, and I have conducted my responsibility successfully up to best of my extent. Apart from that, I'm a active researchers, and I have my 2 researchers are under publication, and one is in progress in today's time. And apart from this, I have already talked about these in previous parts. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I have been involved in the SCORE as well as other committees also in my whole term, so as to learn the dynamics of other standing committees also. When it comes to my standing committee, I would like to collaborate with other standing committees, as I have learned the dynamics of those committees, being involved in them also. Next slide, please. It would show a glimpse of what I have done in this tenure. Next. Now, why me? I am really in love with SCORE, and I have that passion and zeal of enthusiasm when I'm about to end my term as lower. Next slide, please. I have endless energy and passion to go ahead with this and contribute to something bigger. And how I plan to do it, the pillars which I would like to work upon include capacity building and academic quality.
Kushal? And that's time up. Kushal, are you there?
Which would include activating the scoring potential medical colleges which do not have
Hi,
a LO or
Kushal.
score, as I search action in my college for the first time. So there would be many college action plan. I should rely on that also. Pending.
Hello. I think there's some network connection issues. Kushal, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Am I audible?
Okay. Yeah, you're audible now. Now I'm opening the floor for questions.
All right.
Okay, we have 3 questions. First from Kartike Oja. Kartike has said, you have applied for 2 positions, that is RD East and NORI. How do you justify your motivation to work as the NORI if elected? From Kosha. Considering that many students in India haven't been sensitized to the scope of research in medicine, how do you plan to sensitize them through your activities? From Tahir, how would you increase national academic recognition of my MSI India exchanges? Your time starts now.
All right. So first of all, when we talk about my motivation towards NOR, I am really enthusiastic regarding the researches, as I have already told that I on one of my research work, and I also do my 2 research are under publication, and so I can I know the ground reality which we like students face when we talks in terms of research. And apart from that, when we talk about sensitizing the other people and other students who are not that much known about the score, that would involve new webinars and like continuous induction sessions being conducted, which was absent in my this previous term, which I have been like there were only two induction sessions regarding the score which were conducted on mine part, but this number can be raised to a higher extent. And talking about national academic recognition of MSI India exchanges, like as I told that I would I am planning to set up a IT section team, so that would can really help me with this thing to get a good aspect of national academic recognition of MSI on a global extent.
Okay. We have time for more questions. If anyone has more questions, please add it to the chat. Okay, no more questions. Thank you so much for your answers. We will now move on to the next candidate. For the position of National Officer at SCORE, we have the candidate Avichal Esdani. Avichal, are you present?
Yes. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are both audible and visible.
Thank you.
Your time starts now.
Next. Next slide, please. Greetings, everyone. I'm Avichal Dani, currently working as the Nori General Assist, and I'll be applying for the position of National Officer on Research Exchanges. I'm currently working as an intern doctor as SVP Hospital, Ahmedabad. Following is my research experience. I have been also awarded the prestigious ICMR scholarship, and I have various publications. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is my MSCI journey, the 4-year MSCI journey. And I have been part of various SWGs, 3 SWGs. I have also been a participant at the NWM Exchanges Workshop in 2018. I've also been selected for the SCORE and SCOPE exchanges this year. I have also supervised activation of 3 new LCs this year, and out of which 2 were government colleges, which has never been previously done in SCORE. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah. This is the summary of the work done as Nori General Assist. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, academic quality. First is introduction of inter-region exchanges, virtual exchanges, and integrated exchanges in collaboration with SCOPE. Second is research educational activities and formation of MSCI SCORE clubs for peer research and collaborations, and also conduct various scientific competitions such as paper and poster presentations. Next slide. For ethics collaborations with SCOME, SCORA, SCOPH, SCORP, etc. for various activities and RES. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Incomings related work, 3 steps. First is pre-exchange workup, increasing the number of SCORE active colleges, expanding the research project database. And the second step is the exchange period. For that, upon arrival trainings, welcoming kits, including the hand sanitizer, PPE kits, etc. to the incomings. With the help of NT members and Lori's inputs will be taken to improve the exchange experience of incomings. Various social programs will also be conducted. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Follow-up of the exchange will be followed by the evaluation form to be filled, and also via the tutor feedback form to be filled by tutors. Next, please. Next will be the formation of Lori buddy groups, monthly OLMs to address queries and increase interaction among the members, project database expansion and maintenance of databases. Next slide.
And that's time up.
Next.
Hi, Avichal, that's time up for your presentation. And now I open the floor for question answers. Okay, we have a lot of questions going forward. From Shiva, what will be your approach towards activating and signing gap contracts? From Salman, you mentioned about a collab with SCOPH related to the ongoing public health crisis in India. Can you elaborate more? From Ritika, not limiting to launch of activities, how do you plan on evaluating these activities and contribute to activity outreaches by MSCI? Your time starts now.
Thank you for the question. For the answer to Tahir's question, we can have recommendations and endorsement letters from various universities. We have an endorsement letter from Gujarat universities, then we can take from MUHS, then from various other universities in the South, North regions. We can, for research exchanges, we can also ask for collaboration with ICMR in consultation with VPE. For the answer to Salman's question, thank you for the question, Salman. For the collab with SCOPH, we know that there has been a massive COVID pandemic situation right now, and there have been vaccinations, so that we can collaborate with SCOPH to judge the vaccine efficacy, post-vaccine COVID cases, and pre-vaccination cases who had taken 2 doses, etc., and also the methodologies adopted to tackle this crisis. For the answer to Ritika's questions, not how do you plan we can evaluate these activities. As I said, we can evaluate these activities in collaboration with VPA. We can have the DAF in just what the other activity-based committees have, and the feedback forms, like we can follow the procedure of various activity-based committees to have the different feedbacks.
Okay, there is little more time.
Open access being a major issue in research world, right? How do you advocate for this?
There is more time.
Okay,
You can answer Kosha's question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kosha, for the question. Open access being, okay, there has been in recent news that Sci-Hub and government, Sci-Hub, various research engines had, Elsevier had done a case on Sci-Hub for the open research access. So we can promote open research access in collaboration with ICMR.
Avichal, time up. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And with this, we have one more candidate for the position of National Officer at SCORE. That is the Nori. We have Alesh Shah. Alesh, are you present?
Yeah, am I audible and visible?
You are audible. I can't see you. Okay, I can see you. I can see you. Yeah. Okay. Your time starts now.
Greetings to everyone present here today. I'm Alesh Shah, and I'll be applying to the position of National Officer on Research Exchange for the term 21-22. Next slide, please. I'm currently a final year medical student studying at Srimati NHL Municipal Medical College in Ahmedabad, and I've been a local officer in Research Exchange for the term 1920 and a NORI GA for the term 2021. Next slide, please. I have conducted research under the STS program of ICMR, and I've been awarded the first prize for research paper presentation for the same. I've also been a part of the organizing committee at AMCON, and have conducted Building CV and Exploring Research Opportunities event for my college. Next slide, please. The MSI experience has been wonderful. It has been fun. It has been eye-opening. I have organized and participated in various events and activities spanning multiple standing committees. However, just to highlight a few, I have conducted the research orientation workshop for my college as a local officer. I've been a facilitator at Exchanges Workshop NetFest 2020. I have also conducted the research presentation and comprehension workshop as part of the national team this year. And I have participated in the PBS evaluation and PBS training of the local officers. I've also coordinated and activated 2 LCs this term. Can you go to the next slide, please? If I am elected as a national officer, my first plan of action would be to sort out the situations regarding outgoings. The first one would be to make sure that the status is clear, whether it is postponement, cancellation, or if they do eventually get to go, to make sure they have intensive pre-departure training with collaboration with the national officer from the respective country, so as to ensure that there is no confusion and no laws or growth. I believe that SCORE is that special point in its career where now it is ready to expand its horizons and not only focus on exchanges, but also develop research enthusiasm and appetite for all the medical students in India. And that is why I believe that for the coming term, SCORE as a committee will be evaluated on its research education activities. And this will be the keystone of SCORE in this coming term. Next slide, please. For capacity building, I propose the formation of SCORE clubs and regular SCORE buddy group meetings. And in this time and age where social media is ever present, I believe that a strong SCORE presence is imperative. And for that, I plan to use any and every possible means, that is through stories, lives, and production of a day in the life of an exchange student video series. Can you go to the next slide, please? Teamwork makes a dream work, and therefore it is important, imperative that SCORE collaborates with each and every member of the executive board.
Time up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And now the floor is open for questions. We have 2 questions. Is anyone else typing?
Yes, I'm typing.
Okay. Okay. From Kosha, we have, can you please elaborate on pan-India collaboration, SWG, between SCOME and SCORE? From Shiva, would you elaborate your approach towards signing contracts for the next term? From Jay, can you please elaborate more on virtual exchanges? Your time starts now.
Thank you to everyone who has asked questions. To begin, Kosha's question, the collaboration between SCORE and SCOME will be based on 2 things. The first one being that developing protocols, guidelines, and any other thing that is required to carry out this pan-India research projects with respect to the basic research competencies framework. And the second one being that initiating research projects in collaboration with SCOME with regards to the impact of online medical education and the suspension of clinics on how with the understanding of the medical study material. To Shiva's question, the approach to signing contracts will be basically based on 2 things. First one, we'll try to get GAP contracts, that is Global Action Project contracts. And second would be to sign more of international contracts in countries that that our members would like to go to. With respect to Jay, virtual exchanges are very near to being a possibility. And I would like to further go down this path and see if it's possible. But I believe in the coming times that with the restrictions being lifted in various countries, we are very close to going back to the on-field research exchanges. Thank you.
Okay, and we have 30 more seconds. Does anyone have any more questions? I don't hear a yes. So thank you so much, Alish, for your presentation and your answers.
Thank you.
We will now move on to the position of Director of Public Relations and Communication. Candidate Shagufta Rahman. Shagufta, are you present?
Pranav, I was wondering, can we take a break here? Shagufta has some problem with her internet. We're just trying to sort that out. And anyways, I think we're planning a break after this presentation. And there's only one candidate for DPRC. So would it be okay if we take a break right now instead of later?
I have no issue. Does anyone from the EVTO have any problem with that? You can message me privately also if you have a problem with that. Okay, nothing received. Perfect. We can have a break, max 10 minutes, because again, we have a long day more. We will come back at 8:18. Thank you, guys.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, am I audible?
Hi, you're audible. May I know who's speaking?
Shagufta Rahman.
Okay, Shagufta. Okay, so you are here present for the candidature.
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. We have taken a break for about 8-10 minutes. We have 8 minutes remaining. After that, we will continue with the presentations. And it is your presentation. I hope you have connection until then. Okay, we are back. I hope everyone is here. Plenary team, are you here?
Yes, yes, present.
Present.
Perfect.
Present.
As usual, our amazing ritual of roll call will continue because it has been a break. Plenary team, can you please?
Pranav bhai, can you give me just 2 minutes, please?
Yeah, sure. Take your time.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, Fiza.
Hello. Yeah. We can continue.
Okay.
Sorry
start
for the
with
delay.
Yeah, perfect. I'll start with the roll call again, and I hope everyone is here. Starting with the EBTO, with the EB. Please say your name clearly. Purva Prabha Patil, President. Purva Prabha Patil, President, is absent. Molly Mehta, VPE.
Present.
Katya Saxena, VPI. Absent.
Present.
Okay, Katya Saxena, VPI, present. Ritika Mishra, VPA.
Present.
Chaitanya Kalra, VPF.
Present.
Drumil Patil, VPCB.
Present.
Anandya Agarwal, VPX.
Present.
Moving on to the TO, Shagufta Rahman, DPRC.
Present.
Okay. Salman Khan, NPO.
Present.
Arpita Pava, NPO.
Present.
Anna Bandari, North.
Present.
Ishika Kaul, North.
Present.
Varisha Fatima, Nora.
Present.
Urmi Jindal, Nora.
Present.
Nishan Nagpal, Nomi.
Present.
Kosha Gala, Nomi.
Present.
Jaikumar Patel, Nori.
Present.
HM Shiva Sandesh, Nori.
Present.
Tahir Tinwala, Neo.
Present.
Manav Ghai, Neo. Absent. Rahul Chaudhary, RD North.
Present.
Kartike Oja, RD East.
Present.
Arya Shah, RD West.
Present.
Gayatri Priya V, RD South.
Present.
Okay. Calling out Purva again. Purva Prabha Patil, President.
Present, sorry.
Okay. Can I know how many people are present?
We are having 23 right now, 23 people.
Okay, Perfect. We are 23 people. Quorum status is achieved. We will continue with the presentation of the candidates. Continuing with the position for Director of Public Relations and Communication. We have one candidate, Shagufta Rahman. Shagufta, are you present?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Kritika?
Hold on. One sec. Okay. You can start now. You can start now. Am I audible?
Yeah, I think she has connection issues.
The timer should start, or should I
Timer
wait?
has started.
Okay.
In September 2019, right when I got into medical school and decided to work actively and be recognized for the work I did in the community. Fast forwarding to June 2020, I jumped at the opportunity of PRC coordinator for SXC. At the same time, I had applied for the position of SCORP PRC assistant as well, making sure that I gave my best in all of the positions that I held. September 2020 gave me another opportunity for the position of DPRC and elected for the next term. Social media, my primary goal for social media is to increase engagement and followers. Optimization, fan-centered content, while also making use of AR filters, CTR, CTA, web cards, etc. Moving on to the website, the use of multimedia has been proven to increase becomes our sole goal. Create a subforum, embedding a bot, and also curating an online. Coming to publications, go that go out twice in a year with the biannual newsletter. The engagement is triple on Twitter now. With this, sustainability and environment-friendly products. Establish and embark on this initiative so as to cut a maximum outreach situation. The DPRC as the DPRC for the next term would be to train the DPRCSS with the and at the same time involve them in revamping and improvement projects. All in all, them run for the DPRC position for the subsequent term, they can
Okay.
of MSCI.
Hi, Fiza, your time is up. Fiza, I mean,
into
Shagufta.
the committees and units.
Okay, now I open the floor for question answers. If anyone has any questions, please put it in the chat. This is only applicable for the EBTO.
Just came to show
Does anyone have any questions that they type in?
Yeah, I'm typing.
Okay. Okay, I have received one. Salman, waiting for yours. Okay, is there anyone else? I don't hear a voice. Okay, from Henna. You have mentioned using search engine optimization in all your social media platforms of MSCI in your plan of action. Could you elaborate on how you would be going about it? From Salman, do you have a specific plan for capacity building related to PRC for its members? Kritika.
Yes, she can answer now.
I hope you heard the questions, or you can read the questions. You can also put the questions in the chat if unmuting yourself is a problem with the connection. I think there is connection issue, but I would still give her the benefit for 2 minutes. That is the time allotted to her for answering questions.
Time's up.
Okay, time is up. Shagufta, for your questions. I hope everyone has seen our presentation. Now moving forward with the next.
Is it, I just want to say, is it okay if we like send her the questions via email and she can reply on the server, EBTO server, like we have done in the past as well for many candidates? So she can reply to the questions on the server.
Since it was not done for other candidates because there were time constraints and everything, I would not be okay with that. The questions were answered, the time was given. I know connection issues are a problem, but can't go ahead with this. I hope that's okay with the EBTO, just to maintain equality for everyone. Going forward with the next candidate, which was supposed to be a break, but no one gets a break now. We have the EB. Some extra rules for the EB candidatures. One, preference will be given to the current EB members for the questions. And if there are no EB members asking questions, then we would move on to the TO. But again, preference to the EB, as in whichever EB comes first, gets their questions asked first. With that in mind, we will go with the first candidate for the position of Vice President for Capacity Building. We have Arya Shah. Arya, are you present?
Hi, yes, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible and visible. Kritika?
Yes, Arya, you can start.
Never doubt that small groups of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. Margaret Mead. This is a quote that has resonated with me throughout my journey in MSAI and IFMSA. Hello, everyone. My name is Arya Shah, and I'm here to present my candidature for the position of Vice President of Capacity Building 2021-2022. Next slide, please. As I have learned through my various positions from NWM OC Chair 2018 to RD West to the current Capacity Building Regional Assistant for Asia Pacific, capacity building is about constant growth, development, and pure magic. Next slide, please. As MSAI becomes bigger and stronger, we must keep up and ensure regular and high-quality capacity building opportunities for all our members. Keeping this in mind, my focus areas for this term are trainers pool, realigning and regulating all our existing workshops, a competency model that will be held on 3 levels, one for the EBTO, then for the assistants elected in the new term, and then for the local officers, as well as high quality induction drives. Next slide, please. With respect to workshops, I would love to work with the RDs to propose NWMs in all regions, especially South and East, to further engage and capacitate the members of these regions. If the situation allows it, I would also love to work on a sub-regional training. The trainers pool will be set up in collaboration with the national officers and all their other relevant officials after setting a criteria that is in line with our current IOGs. This will help ensure quality and quantity of the trainers. As mentioned, workshop regulations will be realigned, keeping in mind the trainers pool criteria, and will be proposed either in the standing committee IOGs or during plenary in consultation with all relevant officials. Next slide, please. Inductions. I will be working very closely with the RDs to expand on the LOCBs and have a greater outreach, as well as to reach out to even more inactive colleges so that we can have a larger number of LOCBs who are well capacitated. Online orientations will be made mandatory for everyone who wants to conduct an induction to ensure that the content and the quality of the induction is up to our standards. I will also work closely with the VPA to ensure that certification is given for both online and offline inductions if they do take place during our term. MSI has come a long way in 10 years, and I believe we can take it further. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Arya, for your presentation. I will again repeating my previous instructions. We'll be accepting EB questions first and then questions from the TO. Same time would be provided though. You will get 2 minutes to answer your questions. And the questions are again limited to 3 questions. The floor is now open for questions. Okay, I have received already 3 from Purva, Dhrumil and Molly. From Purva, how do you plan on addressing the fact that the new team would have limited experience of on-ground MSA events if the COVID situation improves? How would you ensure a good offline transition in a situation like that? From Dhrumil, how do you plan to implement trainers pool in the coming term? How will you evaluate online inductions for certification? From Molly, could you elaborate on how you plan to go about the competency model and how you see the outcome of it? Kritika.
Yes, you can start.
Okay, thank you so much for your questions. I think I will start with Purva's question. Due to the pandemic, there has been a shortage of trainers and also people with experience with on-ground events. I think that as the EB and the incoming EB and the incoming TO, it would be our responsibility to make sure we guide them as much as possible. We can use the resources that we have currently with regards to workshops, as well as we can ensure that when we are conducting such events, we will thoroughly check the quality by having regular feedback forms, by liaisoning with the people conducting them regularly, and by making sure that if they can approach us in case of any issues or confusions. Dhrumil, to address your question about the trainers pool, I believe because we already have a set IOGs on national officers having their own databases, I will be working with them first of all to set a criteria that is uniform for all the standing committees and workshops that we have currently, so that all trainers get have the same amount of knowledge and experience with regards to their own workshops. We would go over the previous records of all of the workshops from the previous VPCBs and previous terms, and open calls for applications for whoever would like to apply. That way we will have a database of active trainers who we can rely on for capacity building opportunities. As for evaluating online inductions for certification, I believe with working closely with the new VPA would help me do so, since they have been evaluating online activities for other standing committees. Molly, with regards to the competency model, I believe the competency model should happen in 3 stages. The first stage would be for the new incoming EBTO. We would approach alumni and past EBTO members to have comprehensive sessions from soft skills to theoretical knowledge, whatever is required by our new members. This would include everything from conflict management. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Thank you so much for your answer, Arya. Now moving forward with the next candidate, we have for the position of VPCB, Vice President Capacity Building, we have one more candidate, Rahul Chidurala. I did not receive a presentation from Rahul for VPCB. Hence, you will be given 2.5 minutes to talk about your candidature, but there will be no presentation. I hope that. Okay, Rahul, are you here? Rahul, are you here? Okay, Rahul is not here. We will move forward with the next candidate. For the position of Vice President Activities, VPA, we have a candidate, Nishant Nagpal. Nishant, are you here?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible and visible. Kritika,
thank you.
All yours.
You can start now.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Nishant Nagpal. I have been a part of MSI for the last 4 years, embracing every second, stirring for change, bigger outreach, and towering impact. Today, I would like to present my candidature for Vice President for Activities for this term. Next slide, please. Working in MSI since a grassroots level, I've seen how impact activities generate to a person. Having personally felt that impact, being the activity coordinator for Beat the Burnout 2.0 at the Activities Fair, which won at 2020 APRM. Next slide, please. As the PPA, my focus areas will be to receive a smooth handover from the current PPA, to maintain open communication, to prepare a handover feedback form for all the SCs and units, and to start a mental health watch for all the EBTO members, units, and encourage for the NPs as well. Next slide, please. My other focus areas will be to have biannual impact assessment report, to have endly term end reports, to start activity management online course, that is AMOC, for all the TO members as well as the national members, to start project think tank, a biannual project with VPCB, which is a workshop for LOs to introduce them to the world of activities and program, and to introduce newer methodology for activities to achieve greater impact and to have better delivery of the activities. Next slide, please. The other pillars I would like to work on would be a webinar called as a You, Me, and Enroll, which will be a webinar for all the SCs and units, for the SCs, units, and their assets. Regarding Rex Crossley Awards and Activities Fair, I would like to promote all the SCs and units to submit good quality and timely activities, and also to prepare a database with PRC for all the PRC materials, to design a template which can be used further by the SCs to boost their impact. Next slide, please. Finally, I would like to ensure and maintain that the activity database is updated monthly with the following things. Thank you. With this, I would like you to consider my application for the Vice President of Activities, and I hope I bring more to the table as an EB member and as a Vice President for Activities. For the past 3 years, I have been donned the colors of gray and white, and I hope that I will embrace all the colors of the spectrum this term. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation, Nishant. I now open the floor for questions. I have received questions. Arpita, although you could ask the question before Katya, preference will be given to Katya. Going forward, from Ritika, with on-ground event guidelines and declaration in place for the transition from online to on-ground, how would you improvise it? From Purva, do you have any specific plans to promote and improve mental health and healthy relationships between ABSCs? From Katya, as VPA, it is important to monitor and motivate SCs, but also give them room to be creative and grow. How do you plan on finding that balance? Kritika?
Yes, you can start now.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. Going with Ritika's question, with on-ground events, I would like to say that the guidelines are already in place by the current EPA, that is Ritika herself. I would like to, as the term start, I would like to update those guidelines according to the current and updated guidelines issued by the Minister of Health and Family Welfare, and in coordinates with the EBTO and the President. I would like to add a few points to that and to create offline impact and to create an offline post-report and pre-report form so that we can use them whenever it is safe and possible. Regarding Purva's question, yes, I do have specific plans to promote and improve mental health. There are various websites and various applications, as I said, which we can include in our, which we can buy and have a pro version of it. As well as speaking about the mental health, I think it will be only fair enough to include SCOPH and to get their inputs on board and to see how we can improve mental health about ABSCs and to maintain healthy relation between the ABSCs. I would like to maintain the ABSCs relation by not letting them overlap between the various focus areas about the SCs. Regarding Katya's question, as VPA, yes, it is important to motivate SCs and units, but it is really important to give them their own room. So I would like to only comment on the project design and to guide them regarding their focus areas, but to not get involved in any other aspect. I would like to give all my knowledge to them regarding the project design, impact assessment, the activity designing aspect. But I would like them to use various other methodologies. I would suggest them various other methodologies, use of various other platforms, use of newer methodologies to attain more impact and more audience. So I would love to help them do so. And after telling them or after informing them about the various activities, I would let them do those things on their own. And if they stumble upon anything, I will always be there for him. Thank you.
Okay, do we have more time?
No.
Okay, thank you so much, Nishant, for your presentation and your questions.
Thank you.
Moving forward, we have no candidate for the position of Vice President Exchanges. Next slide. Okay, for the position of Vice President Finances, we have one candidate, Rahul Chaudhary. Rahul, are you present?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible and visible. Kritika?
Yes. You can start now.
No matter what kind of difficult situation one may find oneself in, some opening, some opportunity to fight one's way out can always be found. What's most important is to hold fast to hope and to face the future with courage, says my mentor, Dr. Daisha Kuikela. Next slide. Good evening, everyone. I have been an MSCI member for almost 5 years now. MSCI is my home. It's not a place, it's a feeling. Over the years, I have come across many opportunities, each one bringing out the best in me. My most treasured blessing will always be the wonderful people that I've come to know who have believed in me, supported me, trained me, and helped me perform to the best of my abilities. Next slide. Having served on so many positions of responsibility, I feel that I now want to give back to this family by strengthening the finances of MSCI so that we can create the most wonderful opportunities for this family. Next slide. My 5 years of experience have enabled me to sincerely manage and prioritize my responsibilities. Next slide, please. Coming on to the general strategies about my plan of action, I will help in managing the membership database, upgrade existing softwares, and collect active feedback from the EBTO. I will increase financial transparency. With respect to fundraising, I will engage at least 3 annual sponsors and work on alumni engagement. With respect to the standing committees, I'll help in integration of financial planning into the activity design and align budget allocation with the stakeholder priorities. With respect to exchanges, I'll help in maintaining exchange income structure and ensure timely reimbursements and payments to exchange active colleges. I'll also present the previous slide, please. I'll also present the annual financial plan. And I'll set up the SCRA account for smoother international transactions, ensure financial audit of MSCI accounts, and file GST returns monthly. Next slide, please. I'll also ensure budget allocations for health camps, upgradation of existing softwares and platforms, financial aid and support to EBTO and MSCI officials for the ABSC exchanges, and reduce overall registration costs and financial burden for MSCI officials in NG and NWM. With respect to conferences and capacity building, I'll provide support for trainers to encourage workshop culture, active push for NWMs in the East region, creation of MSCI banner inventory, and increasing overall financial sustainability of our national conferences by engaging annual sponsors. So as Milton Berle said, if opportunity doesn't knock, build a door. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. I now open the floor for questions. We have 2 questions. Is there anyone else typing? I do not hear an answer. Okay, from Purva Prabha, do you see the closure of banks as a challenge in your term? And if yes, how do you plan to manage it? From Chaitanya, assuming a surplus of funds within MSCI, how would you prioritize the fund allocation apart from the expenses you have mentioned in your POA already? Your views on registration fees for your organization. That is the third question. Do you think it can be reduced?
You can start.
Yeah.
Yes, he can start answering now.
Okay, so thank you so much for your question. So I'll like to take Purva's question first. So with respect to the pandemic situation, yes, there has been an issue of closing of banks, but now the situation is improving bit by bit and essential services in banks have started operating. So if there are any challenges faced with respect to bank closure and other such issues, I will be keeping the EVTO in the loop and I will be consulting the previous VPF and we will deal with any issues that we might face accordingly. With respect to registration fees for an organization, although I think that the registration fees that we take, it is appropriate for our opportunities, but definitely we have encountered issues wherein people have, said that we don't want to join because of the registration fees. So I'll definitely be taking the views of the EVTO as well as the VPF on the subject, and maybe we can think about reducing the registration fees permanently. Regarding the third question, with respect to the surplus funds, so yes, we do have surplus funds. If assuming surplus funds, what we'll try to do is we'll be looking for certain creative, solutions so that we can increase member engagement and we can reach out to more people in this time so that more people can get the MSI experience and we can broaden our membership later. Thank you so much. I hope that answers your question.
Do we have more time?
20 seconds.
Does anyone have any more questions? Okay, none. Thank you so much, Rahul, for your candidature and your questions. Now, for your answers. Now we have the next candidate for the position of Vice President External Affairs. The candidate is Salman Khan. Salman, are you present?
Yes, I'm here. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible and visible.
Okay, perfect.
Kritika?
Yes. You can start now.
Yeah. Greetings, everybody. I'm Salman Khan, and it gives me great pleasure to present my candidature for Vice President for External Affairs for the term 2021-22. Next. Working with MSCI for 4 years gave me the phenomenal experience of working on a local, national, and international level, and empowered me with all the necessary capabilities to perform my tasks while also understanding external affairs. Next. My plan of action is divided into 5 pillars, namely partners and stakeholders, external events, policies, administration, and IFMSA. Next. For the first pillar, I would map potential partners and evaluate existing and past collaborations, followed by a robust approach, yielding greater involvement with externals and generating sustainable partnerships and work on media visibility. Next. I plan to make a calendar for online and on-ground events and use impact assessment and shadow reports for policies for advocacy, maintain a delegates database as well as increase engagement with delegates and smoothly organize main and side events. Next. For policies, I plan to maintain a database, chalking out a timeline, renewal of policies followed by SWGs for member engagement and joint statements with NMOs. Next. In collaboration with the relevant EBTO officials, I would like to work on externals for activities and exchanges, approaching regional organizations, aligning activities with sustainable development goals, sponsors, capacity building, developing relevant documents in sync with the new MSCI brand identity and opportunities for members. Next. In the IFMSA space, I would like to work on building and maintaining sustainable relations with NMOs through collaborations in various initiatives, active communication with officials, work for IFMSA meetings, and increasing visibility of MSCI. Next. It is rightly said, if you do what you love, you will never work a day in your life. My endless love for MSCI, my past and current experience in external affairs, and my energy to work passionately with dedication sums up my intent to be your VPE for the next term. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now open the ground for question answers. I have one from Purva. Are there others typing? Molly? Okay, I do not have an answer from anyone else. Okay, from Purva, since you mentioned shadow reports in your presentation, could you please outline your plans and experience with the same? From Molly, how do you plan on managing external delegations and external conferences along with NMO work and personal commitments? Kritika.
Yes, you can start answering.
Thank you so much for the question. So for the shadow report, I would like to first revisit the shadow report drafted by MSAI a few years back and assess it and learn from the various experiences from the previous VPs by getting in touch with them and then working towards standardizing an internal working format for making the shadow report. For managing external delegations and external conferences along with NMO work and personal commitments. I'd like to focus more on my time management and prioritization of these external conferences in consultation with the president and the executive board and the relevant team of officials. Yeah, I hope this answered my questions. Thank you.
Okay, is there time for more questions?
Yes, 1 minute.
Are there any more questions? I do not hear an answer. Thank you so much, Salman, for your answers and your presentation. We will now move forward with the next candidate. For the position of Vice President Internal Affairs, we have one candidate, Varisha Fatima. Varisha, are you present?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, could you try to adjust your volume?
Hello. Yes. Am I audible?
Okay, there is a slight echo, but I think that's okay. Perfect. Kritika, all yours.
You can start now.
Good evening. I, Dr. Varisha Fatima, am here to present my candidature for Vice President for Internal Affairs for the upcoming term. Next. As a passionate individual who strives to make a difference, I joined MSAI 4 years back with the vision to be able to use this as a platform in working towards helping people and the medical fraternity as a whole. Next. SRHR has been the core of my being working at MSAI, from working as a local officer to now as National Officer for SCORA. Next. At the national level, I have been involved in activities at all levels. I have successfully launched and implemented 10 online activities this term with a social outreach of 20,000 plus individuals. I've also been a trainer for 4 online workshops this term and have attended 2 online workshops at the NWM 2018 and NGA 2019. I'm a part of 2 national SWGs and I've also worked on 2 national policies this term. At the IFMSA level, I have attended 2 general assemblies, contributed to 2 SWGs, and I'm an IPAS trainer. I've also been an active part of IFMSA plenaries as a secretary at the SCORA plenary at the OGA 2021 and will be serving as a secretary assistant for the upcoming APRM plenary. Next. As a VPI, I plan on overlooking a smooth membership process and resolve all concerns and queries for the same. I want to engage members in all states by providing equal and accessible opportunities to them through our MSAI newsletter. I will overlook the general administration of the organization by maintaining the registration of MSAI and its constitution to the Government of India under the Societies Act, update all bylaws and IOGs with our new brand identity, overlook smooth functioning of the GSU through the term, and be point of contact with the lawyer for any legal concerns. To manage the administration within the EBTO, I want to promote transparent communication, ensure all team members are well versed with communication guidelines within the team, and resolve conflicts, if any. I will schedule OLMs and archive minutes of the same, ensure implementation of bylaws and IOGs throughout the term, ensure appropriate handovers, and issue appointment letters and term completion letters in the term. Next, I will also be working towards smooth functioning of both the units throughout the term, working with the plenary team before every NGA, NWM, or an EBTO meet, and also guide EBTO members in designing and implementation of SWGs in accordance with their annual working plans. Institutional memory indicates a strong foundation of every organization, and I plan on creating, updating, and archiving all relevant databases throughout the term. Next. With this opportunity, I want to direct my administrative skills and strategies towards developing of MSAI and look forward to give back to the organization from what I have learned. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, now I open the floor for questions. We have one from Katya. Is there anyone else who's typing?
I'm typing.
Okay.
I'm typing.
Okay. Okay, there was someone else who was typing. May I know whose that is?
Molly.
Okay. Perfect. We have 3 questions. From Katya, with the heavy influx of new members daily, what do you plan to do to streamline answering the queries and orient them to how MSI works quickly? From Purva, do you have specific plans to improve communication skills of officials? From Molly, how do you plan on ensuring smooth functioning between unit and SC collabs? Kritika?
Yes, you can start answering now.
Thank you for your questions. Firstly, I'll answer Katya's question. I would like to maintain a standard format of a draft of all the queries that we receive and make sure that they are answered, all the queries are answered as soon as we receive them. With respect to Purva's question, communication skills of officials. So I would want to have an induction session with all the team of officials and the executive board and introduce them, give an induction session on communication guidelines within the team so that they have a better understanding on how to go ahead with it throughout the term. With respect to Molly's question, ensuring smooth functioning between the unit and SCs, I would take the help of the VPA for this since both the units and the SCs are work more on activities. With the help of that, on how they can have smart project designs and implement sustainable activities throughout the term.
Okay, do we have time for more questions? Kritika.
Hi.
Hi. Kritika, do we have more time? Okay, I think, but I would expect there was no more time.
40 seconds, 40 seconds.
Okay, you have Chaitanya's question. How do you plan to resolve intra-EB conflicts?
Answering that question, I would like to have a SCOPH intervention in this in case we have any conflicts within the EB, and try to resolve them as soon as possible.
Okay, and I think, Kritika, are we done with the time?
10 seconds.
Okay, not enough for an answer. Thank you so much, Varisha, for your answers and your presentation. Moving forward with the last candidature presentation of the day, we have for the position of president, one candidate, Molly Mehta. Molly, are you present?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible. And Kritika.
Molly can start now.
A very good evening to everyone present here tonight. This is Dr. Molly Mehta, and it gives me immense pleasure to present my candidature for the President of Medical Students Association of India for the upcoming term. Next, I started my journey as a local officer in 2017 when I realized how powerful a white coat and the motive to change the world can be. Next, I worked on 66 collaborations, including IFMSA and external organizations in the last year, been a part of 3 IFMSA delegations, including the 65th UN Commission on the Status of Women and the 73rd WHO CRO, attended 3 IFMSA General Assemblies, conducted multiple policymaking and GHA sessions, been the activity coordinator for 7 activities in my term as a national officer, and worked in 2 IFMSA policy commissions, along with working on 6 national policies. I've also been an SWG coordinator for the MSI COVID Response SWG and have worked as the program coordinator for the first ever SCORA exchange in 2019. Next, moving to the plan of action. Next, the 4 major areas I plan on working are new establishments, which include increasing the media visibility of MSAI, along with reviewing the internal structure of the team with the rest of the EBTO, closely monitoring the mental health of EBTO officials, and lastly, assisting the TO officials to work in accordance with SDGs, followed by curating a detailed report of the same.
Coming to the general administration, maintaining intra-EB, intra-TO and EBTO communication and building time management, leadership skills and decision-making skills of the entire team will be one of the top priorities. I plan to maintain and increase our visibility in Asia Pacific and internationally, along with strengthening our current and new relations with various NMOs. Lastly, I plan on conducting an EBTO meet, NWM, and the NGA after taking into serious consideration the COVID-19 situation and the protocols being followed. Next. Coming to the specifics of administration, I plan on working with the 4 pillars, which includes the executive board, team of officials, supervisory council, and the units, closely in their respective areas of expertise with timely follow-ups and evaluation to ensure achievement of goals according to their AWP and aiding in their personal and professional growth. Next. Lastly, I would like to say that MSCI is not only a medical students organization to me, but an amalgamation of countless efforts to make it a platform to help one evolve the world and themselves. With extreme gratitude, I would like to take this step closer to making a difference together again.
Sorry.
Thank you so much, Molly, for your presentation. Kritika, can you go to the next slide? Okay. And for the last candidature for today, I open the floor for questions. We have one question. Are there others typing?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we have 3 questions. First one from Katya. What do you perceive to be your biggest challenge in the upcoming term if elected? From Anindya. What are your plans for team management over the next term? From Drumil. How do you plan on increasing MSCI's media visibility in your term as president? Kritika.
You can start answering now.
All right. Thank you so much for your questions. Answering Katya's question first, the biggest challenge which I see in the term if elected is transitioning from an online to an on-ground platform possibly. But again, depending on the situation of the third wave and individual state situations, that is subjected to assessing the situation over time. But considering one entire year has been online for the entire team and the members, it's going to be a challenge to move it on ground. Answering Anindya's question, in terms of team management, firstly, I plan on having mental health circles for the entire EBTO on a weekly or a monthly basis, depending on everybody's availability, to firstly make sure that the mental health of the EBTO is in check, and more interaction amongst the team will surely help in terms of team building. Secondly, trying for an on-ground EBTO meet after closely assessing the situation, but if not on ground, then possibly moving it online. Third, encouraging intra-organizational collabs, that's between SC or units, or that's between the RDs and the standing committees. That is basically increasing the intra-organizational collabs so that everybody gets a chance to work with each other in order to build their team management skills further. And lastly, I would want to ensure that the entire team is updated with each other's work so that they can work according, so that everybody is in the loop. And secondly, they can develop their plan of action further accordingly. Third, for Drumil's question, in terms of media visibility, firstly, through collaborative initiatives in consultation and by working with the VPE, reaching out to relevant stakeholders and helping in publishing interviews or the experiences of our exchange students. Or
that is time. Thank you so much for your answers, Molly. And with this, we end the candidature presentations for the day. I hope you've all gone through everyone's candidatures and had a wonderful time in seeing all the people that would become the next EBTO for the term 2021-2022. With this, I would request or ask for a break for 20 minutes so that everyone can have their food, because you need blood in the brain for the voting time. So we would now meet up at 9:30, if that works with the EBTO. Does the EBTO have a direct negative to this statement? Okay, Nothing. So we will go forward with the break. We will meet up again at 9:30 for elections and the results, which will happen simultaneously. And thank you so much.
Pranav,
Yes.
if it's okay, can we proceed with the voting and then take a break? Since the plenary team will need some time to also go through and tally. Up to you.
Okay.
So we'll have to take another break then. So the plenary will essentially get very delayed.
That's a 5-minute break at max for the counting of votes. I just felt people would need to eat. But if the others feel the same, I can continue. It's just I'm very hungry. Anyone else feels the same? Are you have to say yes or no if anyone feels.
Can we do the vote and then take a break to eat as well as counting?
Okay, no problem. We will start with the voting part. I hope everyone is logged into the Nemo vote. And I will share another presentation with you, Kritika. You can stop sharing. I have shared the presentation with you, Kritika. I hope you received it.
I got it.
Okay, perfect. Now for the voting rules, only the EBTO can vote. I hope you have logged into your Nemo vote. The election will continue in the following order. One, the following rules are applicable. One, it will continue. It will be in the same order as the order of presentations. Two, you require simple majority to be elected. If there is one position and one candidate, the candidate requires simple majority, that is one more than half to get elected. If there are two candidates for the same position and both of them receive simple majority, then by relative majority, that means whoever has got the higher votes will be elected as a candidate, as the person for the position. I hope that's understood. If there are same votes for a candidate and they both have achieved simple majority, then we will do another vote without an abstention. And for that, we will have relative majority. Is there any doubts? I see none. Okay, next slide, please. You can go full screen. Okay, next slide. So now we start with the voting of candidates for the executive board and team of officials for 2021, 2022. The order is as follows. It will start with the regional directors, then go to the standing committee national officers, then go for the director of public relations and communications, then finally to the executive board. It will again follow with the same order as the candidates have presented. So moving forward, I will be opening each and every vote individually. Please vote. And hence, since I'm also hungry, please vote fast. Starting with the Nemo vote. I hope everyone is logged in. Next slide, please. Yeah.
Possible to confirm the total number of voting members right now? Or like, does everyone have a vote? Because I think not all 24 members of the EBTO are present.
Okay. We can go ahead with that then. I thought since there was no break. But cool. Minute takers, can you add a roll call for this?
Yeah, sure. Roll call for the EBTOs?
Yeah, after the last slide of Molly's, just add a roll call again for voting.
Okay.
In addition, certain rules for the election and results. After each vote, after we are done with the entire vote, only then will be the results announced. And before that, I will also check if there are clashing of votes. And we will continue with the voting for the clash votes, and then only go forward until we have absolute candidates for each and every position. And then I will be announcing the candidate for the position, and they have to either accept or deny the position. Only then is the position applied to the candidate. I hope that's clear, which means the candidate has to be present to accept or deny. Technically to accept. If they're not present, it will be a denial. So yeah. This is as per how we have gone through. Does anyone have any other point of information or something that they wish to ask for? Cool. We will go forward. Are you ready with the minute roll call?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, perfect. Cool. EBTO, please be ready. Starting with the EB, Pura Prabha Patil, President. I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
Present.
Okay. Molly Mehta, VPE.
Present.
Katya Saxena, VPI.
Present.
Ritika Mishra, VPA.
Present.
Chaitanya Kalra, VPF.
Present.
Drumil Patil, VPCB.
Present.
Anandya Agarwal, VPX.
Present.
Now moving on to the TO, Shagufta Rahman, DPRC.
Present.
Salman Khan, NPO.
Present.
Arpita Pava, NPO.
Present.
Henna Bhandari, North.
Present.
Ishika Kaul, North.
Present.
Varisha Fatima, Nora.
Present.
Urmi Jindal, Nora.
Present.
Nishan Nagpal, Nomi.
Present.
Kosha Gala, Nomi.
Present.
Jaikumar Patel, Nori.
Present.
HM Shiva Sandesh, Nori. HM Shiva Sandesh, Nori. Absent. Tahir Tinwala, Neo.
Present.
Manav Ghai, Neo. Absent. Rahul Chaudhary, RD North.
Present.
Kartike Oja, RD East.
Present.
Arya Shah, RD West.
Present.
Gayatri Priya V, RD South.
Present.
Okay, perfect. How many voting members do we have?
We have 22.
22. So for simple majority, we would require 12 votes for a candidate to be elected. And for voting, we would be voting for every candidate because everyone's candidature was eligible. And after that, yeah, we will be voting for every candidate because every candidature was eligible, even though they couldn't present today because the bylaw states that they have to be present at the NGA, and they have been present at the NGA at some point or the other. Okay, opening the first vote. Can we have the next slide? Okay, for the position of Regional Director North, first candidate Deepit Divyanshu, you will have 3 options: yes, no, and abstention. You already know the rules about all 3. I will be opening the vote now, once I find it.
I have a point of information.
Yes.
I think Shiva just messaged in chat that he's present.
The vote has already started. He will be
So-
present for the next vote.
All right, thank you.
Currently, we are accepting 22 votes. Have received 20 votes, waiting for 2 more. Received 22. Just verifying. I'm sorry, Shiva, you have voted. You do not have voting rights for this moment. We will have to do a revote. Shiva Sandesh, do not vote for this candidate because you do not have voting rights for this candidate. I have opened the vote again for Deepthi Divyanshu. Waiting for 3 more votes. Voting for 1 more vote. What did I say? Waiting for 1 more vote. Sorry, not voting for 1 more vote. Arya Shah, please vote.
I did vote already. Do you see it now?
Yes, just received your vote. Received all votes. Closing the vote. Just give me a minute. Okay, moving forward with the next candidate. Kritika, next slide, please. Okay, for the position of RD North, we have candidate Arshdeep Kaurdhir. I'm opening the vote now. Oh wait, just before this, Shiva Sandesh is now part of the voting members. Minute takers, please take in mind the current voting members are now 23. So for simple majority, we require 23 half is 11 and a half. We require 12 votes. Perfect. Yeah. Okay, Shiva, you can now vote. Opening the vote now. Waiting for one more vote. Shagufta Rahman. Shagufta Rahman, waiting for your vote. Okay, I have received all votes. Closing vote. Okay, now moving forward with the next candidate for Regional Director North. No, previous one. RD North, we have Yash Rathi. I am opening the vote. Waiting for 3 more votes. Waiting for 2 more votes. Shiva Sandesh and Shagufta. Shiva and Shagufta. Shiva, Shagufta. I don't know if they are still present, which means a revote will have to take place as the voting members have now changed. Wait, we have received one vote. Now we have Shiva's vote left. Shiva, please vote. Shiva has voted. Everyone has voted. Thank you so much. Closing the vote. Moving forward with the next candidate. For RD East, we have candidate Niti Kargil. Okay, since we received 23 votes last time, I would assume that everyone is here and present. Opening the vote now. Waiting for one more vote. Urmi Jindal vote, please. I have received all votes. Closing the vote. Now going forward with, just give me a minute. Next candidate, Kartikeya, for the position of RD East, we have Kartikeya Oja. I am opening the vote now. Tahir, please vote. Tahir, waiting for your vote. And I have received all votes. Closing the vote. Okay. Now moving forward with the next candidate, Kushal, for the position of RD East. The voting. Okay. Just before this, minute takers. Arpita Pava, do you have a? Is there an issue? Arpita Pava, what is the issue? Are you not on the NEMO vote?
No, it says that I can't log in for some reason. It's showing unknown username.
Okay.
I'm logging with the same credentials as before, but it's not letting me sign in.
I will send new credentials. It will come to your same email.
Okay.
Please check your email ID.
Okay, yeah. 1 minute, just logging in. Nope, still no luck.
What does it say?
The same thing,
Like what?
that it does not recognize the username.
Just a minute. Can you try from a different browser?
I will. Just give me 1 minute. Yes, I've logged in. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Is everyone else on NEMO vote? I hope it's a yes. We will start with, I'll open the vote for RD East for the candidate Kushal. The vote is now open. Hi everyone, really sorry. Wait, I thought someone would have finished voting also by now. Really sorry, just lost net, but I still have one vote left. Tahir, your vote is still pending. Hey, did you tell them? Tahir Tinwala, your vote is still pending. Tahir, are you on the call? I don't think Tahir is on the call. We will have to do a revote because we have reduced the number of voting members. I'm closing the vote and we'll start this again after we've done a roll call.
Are we doing the roll call again?
Yeah, we're doing the roll call again. Can you please copy paste the roll call table?
Yeah.
Is the roll call table ready?
Yeah, it's ready.
Okay. Again, starting with the EB, Purva Prabha Patil, please speak clearly. Purva Prabha Patil, President. Absent. Molly Mehta, VPE.
Present.
Katya Saxena, VPI.
Present.
Ritika Mishra, VPA.
Present.
Chaitanya Kalra, VPF.
Present.
Dromil Patil, VPCB.
Present.
Anandya Agarwal, VPX.
Present.
Now moving on to the TO. Shagufta Rahman, DPRC.
Present.
Salman Khan, NPO.
Present.
Arpita Pava, NPO.
Present.
Henna Bandhari, North.
Present.
Ishika Kaul, North.
Present.
Varisha Fatima, Nora.
Present.
Urmi Jindal, Nora.
Present.
Nishan Nagpal, Nomi.
Present.
Kosha Gala, Nomi.
Present.
Jaikumar Patel, Nori.
Present.
HM Shiva Sandesh, Nori.
Present.
Tahir Tinwala, Neo. Absent. Manav Ghai, Neo. Absent. Rahul Chaudhary, RD North.
Present.
Kartike Oja, RD East. Okay, I'll take that as a present. Arya Shah, RD West.
Pranav, excuse me, Pranav. I'm so sorry to interrupt the roll call. Tahir is trying to connect back. He had some network issues. He's trying to join back the call.
Okay. Cool. I will wait until he joins back. Arya Shah, RD West.
Present.
Gayatri Priya V, RD South.
Present.
Going again with two people who are absent. Pura Prabha Patil, President. Is still absent. Okay. Tahir Tinwala, Neo. Still absent. Okay. Can you tell me the number of voting members?
We are having 21 people right now.
21 people. For
Yes.
simple majority, we would require 11 votes for a candidate to get elected. Now moving forward with our vote for Kushal. RD East Kushal, the vote is now open. And Tahir, you do not have voting rights for this current vote for Kushal. Please do not vote. I have received 22 votes. I was supposed to receive 21 votes. Someone extra has voted.
Tahir came back actually. In the chat box he messaged.
Yeah, but he was absent for the roll call, so he was not eligible to be voting at this moment. Tahir, please do not vote. I'm reopening this opening this vote again.
Purva also came back.
Okay. Okay, so for the current vote, which I'm opening again for RD East, for Kushal, Purva Prabha Patil is present, Tahir Tinwala is present. So we should have 23 voting members. Is that correct, minute takers?
Yes, yes.
Yes, it has been.
Okay. The vote is now open. Have received 18 votes, waiting for 5 more. Yeah. Still waiting for 5 more votes. Tahir, Arpita, Chaitanya, waiting for your votes. Tahir, Arpita, waiting for your votes.
Arpita is experiencing some network problems. She kept in the chat box.
Yes. Okay, have received all votes, closing the vote. Now next, for the position of RD West, we have Diksha Joshi. I am opening the vote now. The vote is currently open. Please vote. Have received all votes, closing the vote. Next candidate for RD West, Payal Rai. Opening the vote now. Waiting for Gayatri and Purva. Okay, everyone has voted. I'm closing the vote. Now voting for RD West, Ritvik Rawal. The vote is now open. Have received all votes. Closing the vote. Okay, moving forward with the next. For the position of RD South, we have Riya Varsha Jaiprakash. Opening the vote now. Purva Prabha, waiting for your vote.
I've gotten logged out. I'm having difficulty joining back in. Can you give me a minute?
Yeah, okay. Have received all votes. Closing vote. Moving forward with the next vote, next candidate, RD South. Candidate is Rahul Chidurala. Opening the vote now. Waiting for one vote, Tahir Tinwala. Have received all votes, closing vote. Now for the next candidate. Kritika? Yes. For the position of RD South, we have the next candidate, Chetna Rajesh, opening the vote now. Have received all votes, closing vote. Going to the next candidate. For the position of RD South, we have candidate Neil M. Salyan. Opening the vote now. I have received all votes, closing vote. Going to the next candidate. For the position of National Officer at SCOPH, that is NPO, we have Meha Yadav. I will open the vote now. Have received only 17 votes.
Pranav,
Yes.
in the Nemo vote, it says SCOME Meha Yadav. Is that a problem?
Oh, okay. I have opened the SCOME part. Sorry, my bad. Is it okay with everyone that I change? Wait, no, okay. We will have a revote. I really apologize for this. I opened the wrong ballot. I have opened the current one. You can vote. Waiting for 2 more votes. Pura Prabha Patil and Tahir. Tahir, waiting for your vote. Tahir, are you online? Waiting for your vote. Have received all votes. Closing the vote. Going for the next candidate for the National Officer at SCORP. Nimisha Ramesh, opening the vote now. Karthikeya, Shiva, waiting for your votes.
Just a second.
Okay, Karthikeya. I have received all votes, closing the vote. Going for the next candidate. At National Officer for SCOPH, we have Arham Khan. Opening the vote now. Waiting for 4 more votes. Ritika Mishra, waiting for your vote. I have received all votes, closing the vote. Going to the next candidate. For the position of National Officer at SCORP, we have Isha Shah. Opening the vote now. Have received all votes, closing vote. Going for the next candidate for the position of National Officer at SCORA, that is Nora. We have Divya Garg. Opening the vote now. Waiting for 2 more votes. Anindya and Shagufta, waiting for your votes. Shagufta, waiting for your vote. I have received all votes, closing the vote. Going for the next candidate for the position of National Officer at SCORA, which is Nora, we have Kriti Balotia opening her vote, opening the vote now. Waiting for one more vote. Molly Mehta, please vote. I have received all votes, closing vote. Going to the next candidate. For the position as National Officer for SCORA, that is Nora, we have candidate Kritika Srivastava. Opening the vote now. Chaitanya Sagupta, waiting for your votes. I have received all votes, closing vote. Going to the next candidate. National Officer for SCORA. The candidate is Sana Mahajan. Opening the vote now. I have received all votes. Closing vote. Going to the next candidate, Bhavya Pava, for the position of National Officer at SCORA, which is Nora. Opening the vote now. Purva Prabha, waiting for your vote. I have received all votes. Closing the vote. Going for the next candidate for the position of National Officer at SCORP, we have Shobit Saxena. Okay, I can't find. Yes, opening the vote now. Still waiting for one vote. Molly Mehta, please vote. I have received all votes. Closing the vote. Going towards the next candidate for the position of National Officer at SCORP, we have Manal Khurshid. The vote is open now. Waiting for two more votes. Kosha, can you vote?
Pranav, can you see my vote?
I have received all votes. Closing the vote. Now going towards next candidate, National Officer for SCORE, that is the North. We have Soham Agarwal. Opening the vote now. Waiting for one vote. Tahir Tinwala, please vote. I have received all votes, closing the vote. Now going forward with the next candidate. For the position of National Officer at SCOME, we have candidate Meha Yadav. Opening the vote now. Please verify that you're voting for SCOME candidate Meha Yadav. Waiting for last person. Shiva Sandesh, please vote. I have received all votes, closing the vote. Going towards the next candidate for the position of National Officer at SCOME, which is NOMI. The candidate is Arpita Saxena. The vote is open now. Have received all votes. I'm closing the vote. Moving forward with the next candidate. Kritika. Yes. For the position of National Officer at SCOME, that is the NOMI, we have Prabhaja as a candidate. Opening the vote now. Waiting for 2 more votes. Urmi Jindal and Arpita Pava. Have received all votes. Closing the vote. Going forward with the next candidate. For the position of National Officer at SCOPE, that is the NEO, the candidate is Gurnur Kaur. The vote is open now. Waiting for 2 more votes. Nishan Nagpal, please vote. Nishan Nagpal, please vote. I have received all votes, closing the vote. Moving forward with the next candidate, that is National Officer SCOPH, that is the NEO. The candidate is Uma Gupta. Opening the vote now. Waiting for Gayatri to vote. Gayatri Priya, waiting for your vote. Gayatri Priya, are you on this call? Okay, Rahul, I will wait for some more time. Okay, cannot wait for any more longer. We will have to do a revote as the voting members have changed. Minute takers, are you ready? And this vote will be revoted upon. Shall
Which vote we have to report?
the vote for Uma Gupta, because minute
Okay.
yeah. And
So I would need to copy paste the EBTU.
Yeah. Again, roll call. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah. Ready.
Okay. EB, TO, please be ready. Please speak clearly. I will not wait for a lot of time to receive your present or absent. Starting with the EB, Pura Prabha Patil, President.
Present.
Molly Mehta, VPE.
Present.
Katya Saxena, VPI. Absent.
Present.
Okay, present. Ritika Mishra, VPA.
Present.
Chaitanya Kalra, VPF.
Present.
Drumal Patil, VPCB.
Present.
Anandya Agarwal, VPX. Moving on with the TO, Shagufta Rahman, DPRC.
Present.
Salman Khan, NPO.
Present.
Arpita Pava, NPO.
Present.
Henna Bandari, North.
Present.
Ishika Kaul, North.
Present.
Varisha Fatima, Nora.
Present.
Urmi Jindal, Nora.
Present.
Nishan Nagpal, Nomi.
Present.
Kosha Gala, Nomi.
Present.
Jai Kumar Patel, Nori.
Present.
HM Shiva Sandesh, Nori.
Present.
Tahir Tinwala, Neo.
Present.
Manav Ghai, Neo. Absent. Rahul Chaudhary, RD North.
Present.
Kartike Oja, RD East.
Present.
Arya Shah, RD West.
Present.
Gayatri Priya V, RD South. Absent. How many votes do we have? How many voting members do we have currently?
We have 22 people.
22 people. So for simple
Yeah.
majority, we would require 12 votes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm here. Present. Gayatri, RD
Okay.
South.
Gayatri, RD South is present. So total number comes to 23. We require, again, 12 votes for simple majority. The vote for Uma Gupta is now open. Waiting for one more vote. Gayatri, please vote. Gayatri, Priya, waiting for your vote. Gayatri, are you present on this call?
Yes, I'm not able to vote. It's still loading.
Okay.
Just a second. I'm trying.
I have received all votes. Closing the vote. Going towards the next candidate for the position of National Officer at SCORE. That is the NORI. We have Kritika Malik as the candidate. Opening the vote now. I woke up at 12 because I was doing this nonsense. Sorry for the disturbance. We are still waiting for 2 votes. Shagufta Rahman waiting for your vote. Shagufta Rahman, waiting for your vote. Shagufta Rahman, are you on the call? Shagufta Rahman is not on the call. We will have to do a revote and a new roll call again. Voting members have changed.
Yeah, I'll just copy paste it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Are you ready?
Yeah, ready.
Perfect. EBTO, please pay attention. Please answer clearly. Starting with the EV, Purva Prabha Patil, President.
Present.
Molly Mehta, VPE.
Present.
Katya Saxena, VPI.
Present.
Ritika Mishra, VPA.
Present.
Chaitanya Kalra,
Present.
VPF. Rumal Patil,
Present.
VPCV. Anandya Agarwal, VPX. Now starting with the TO, Shagufta Rahman, DPRC. Absent, Salman Khan, NPO.
Present.
Arpita Pava, NPO.
Present.
Henna Bhandari, North.
Present.
Ishika Kaul, North.
Present.
Varisha Fatima, Nora.
Present.
Urmi Jindal, Nora.
Present.
Nishan Nagpal, Nomi.
Present.
Kosha Gala, Nomi.
Present.
Jaikumar Patel, Nori.
Present.
Shiva Sandesh, Nori. Absent, Tahir Tinwala, Neo.
Present.
Manav Ghai, Neo. Absent, Rahul Chaudhary, RD North.
Present.
Kartike Oja, RD East.
Present.
Arya Shah, RD West.
Present, and also I think Shiva just gave his presence in the chat.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you so much. Gayatri Priya, RD South.
Present.
Shiva Sandesh, Nori is present in the chat. I think you are having audio issues. No.
Present.
No?
Yes. Present.
Yeah. How many voting members?
We are having 22 people.
Okay, 22 people. So for simple majority, we would require 12 votes. The vote for Kritika Malik is now open. Please vote. Have received all votes. Closing the vote. Moving forward with the next candidate, Kushal, for the position of National Officer at SCORE. The vote is open now. Salman Khan, Urmi Jindal, waiting for your votes. Urmi, waiting for your vote. Have received all votes. Closing the vote. Moving forward with the next candidate. Kritika. For the position of National Officer at SCORE, which is Nori, the candidate is Avichal S. Dani. The vote is open now. Have received all votes, closing the vote. Going forward with the next candidate. For the position of National Officer SCORE, we have Alesh Shah. The vote is open now. Have received all votes, closing the vote. Moving forward with the next candidate. Kritika. For the position of Director for Public Relations and Communications, we have one candidate, Shagufta Rahman. The vote is open now. Tahir, waiting for your vote. I have received all votes. Closing vote. Moving forward, we now begin with the EB candidatures for the position of first candidature for the position of VPCB, Vice President Capacity Building. We have Arya Shah. The vote is open now. I have received all votes, closing the vote. Moving forward with the next candidate for the position of VPCB, we have Rahul Chidurala. The vote is open now. I have received all votes, closing the vote. Moving forward with the next candidate, Kritika. For the position of Vice President Activities, we have Nishan Nagpal. Opening the vote now. Shiva, waiting for your vote.
Can you confirm after all the voting?
Yes, have received all your votes. Closing the vote. Now for the position of VP Vice President Exchanges, there is no candidate. Moving forward, next. For the position of Vice President Finances, candidate is Rahul Chaudhary. The vote is open now. Nishant, waiting for your vote. Have received all votes, closing the vote. Moving forward with the next candidate. For the position of Vice President External Affairs, we have Salman Khan. The vote is now open. Katya Saxena, waiting for your vote. Have received all votes, closing the vote. Now for the position of Vice President Internal Affairs, we have candidate Varisha Fatima. The vote is open now. Have received all votes, closing the vote. Now voting for the last position. Kritika, please. Next slide. For the position of President, we have a candidate, Molly Mehta. The vote is now open. Please vote. Have received all votes. Closing the vote. Have received all votes. Now the voting for the EBTO candidates is over. The plenary team would require some time to tabulate the results and check if any revotes have to be done. For this, we would be taking a break of 15 minutes, if that's okay with the EBTO. Perfect. And yes, we'll be back 15 minutes later. I hope the candidates are also present at that time, because if the results are being announced then, they would be required to accept.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We know it's been an extremely long day for all of us, more so for the plenary team. So without any further delays, we will jump on to a kind of a short intervention from everybody on the TO, and I'll also provide an overview of the work that the EB has been doing. And followed by that would be the announcement of the election results. We know a lot of you would like to jump to that first, but it is important that we also do the work updates one last time for this term. So to start with, promise to keep it short. Request all of you guys to keep your own intervention short as well and only highlight the key achievements for the sake of time. And with the effort of saving time, individual EB members will not be doing the work updates or key milestones or achievements, but I will be doing it on behalf of the whole EB. So to begin with, my executive board of 7 people, also known as my family, has worked hard and worked as hard as one can imagine, which has resulted in our outreach. Of course, with the help and support of the TO, our outreach has been over 90,000 people. We hope to in some way inch closer to 1 lakh before the term officially ends on 15th of this month. But that's just throwing a long shot. We've had more than 3,700 events all across the country and have engaged almost a little short of 10,000 volunteers in the same pursuit. And in terms of activities fair, and in terms of the competitions we have won, again, activities fair was won by MSI twice, once for Lamha and once for Beat the Burnout 2. Rex was also brought home with the 2nd place, this time by SCOPH and APRM. We again secured the 2nd place in APRM with SCOPH's Udan. Needless to mention, we were also the People's Choice Awardees. And in terms of external affairs, we've made big progress as well. Our webinars have reached out to more than 7,000 people across the year, and we've had more than 60 international and national collaborations in this term alone, which is 10 more than last term. And more than 40 delegates have represented India, mostly internationally, but also nationally. The rebranding process is finally complete. We have a new logo, a new website after a lot of hard work. And IOG plenaries have officially been adopted. So that's what we're going to be following, especially for the units. The unit guidelines have been adopted as well. Communication strategies have been changed, communication channels have been modified, the FAQ booklet has been made. Our Instagram looks prettier than it ever has in the past, thanks to the coordinated work of the DPRC and DPI. Exchanges have made big progress also, with the details of which I'll leave for the standing committees also to delve into, thanks to our VPX. For guiding the whole process all throughout the term. A lot of progress has also been made in terms of finances. Our reimbursements have been the quickest they've ever been in MSAI. And a lot of other documentation work has also been sorted to a certain degree, to as much as it was possible given the bank and courier situation at the moment. CB wise, we've had more than 24 workshops, if I'm not wrong, engaging more than 600 people despite putting a cap on everything. We've also not shied away from a very robust COVID response. We've collaborated with quite a few external organizations for it. We've had an SWG, and these are just things that we could remember in basically while putting all of this together last minute. But most importantly, other than all the work we've put in, we have managed to come to the end of this term and kind of the last day today, all together with no resignations, with nobody flunking exams, and people's mental health somewhat intact, if not the same as day one. And yeah, I think that's the most pleasurable part of this term. And with that, that's about, in a nutshell, the work that we could remember as the work we have done, because it's so much that we don't remember anymore. in terms of OLM, the EB, I have attended more than 350 hours of OLMs with different people on the EB and TO. So you can imagine that number to at least have crossed 1,500 hours if the EB is put together, and then add the TO to it. So there's been a lot of talking and listening as well. But that in a nutshell is what we would like to say. And most of this progress has only been possible because of the hard work and efforts of you, the TO, and your national teams and support teams and every member watching right now, which is why we leave it up to the standing committees, the regional directors and the DPRC to talk more about their work and their experience. In terms of the collective EB experience, there are not too many words to describe how we feel because we're not sure ourselves. But I'm sure up that list would be exhausted, tired, but at peace. At peace with the fact that our terms are coming close to an end, but very proud of the progress we have made despite the grueling circumstances we were put in. I know that's not a very short description of our experience, but it's 7 people, so I hope to be excused on that one. With that, I will start handing over to our standing committees. We can first go with SCOPH.
Okay, hi. So SCOPH has had a reasonably good year, if I can say that. We've launched about 9 activities and we've had about 3 external collaborations and 6 CV workshops this term. And it's all because the entire EBTO was so supportive and always present whenever we wanted their help. So thank you for that. And all of this, we also, like Purva mentioned, presented at the SCOPH fair at the RCA. AMR won the 2nd prize, and LUMHA, which was a collaborative effort with SCORP, won the Changemakers Award at the activities fair at the MM. And apart from that, we've, I think that pretty much sums it up. I think for me individually, if you have to ask what I took away from this term was that our entire team of the entire national team, as well as the 89 LOs that we have, the bonding that we had this term, despite never meeting in person, was something that I did not expect to see, but it's very heartwarming, and I will definitely take that away from this term. And a big thank you to Henna, Ishka, Osha and Nishant for being our personal sounding boards this term. And a big shout out to my work wife Salman as well. So yeah, that will be from our end.
With that, we can head to SCOME. I'm just calling it out randomly. There's no order per se.
Hi guys, excuse my yawns. I'm extremely sleepy. So for SCOME, we have had a great year. We started the shift from an activity-based standing committee to an advocacy-based standing committee. We had 8 activities in total and 5 workshops. Out of all of the activities, be it the Burnout 2.0, which is a sustainable activity at this point, was presented at the AF at August meet and won the AF2. So that was a great achievement on our side. Another thing was there was a Asia Pacific collaboration for a workshop called MSI for All, had 4 NMOs in total, and that was a great experience for the SCOME national team itself. Apart from this, we have, if I can personally say, if I've taken something back, would be the love and the hard work that all of my Panda, Lomis, the national team do each day to advocate for a better medical education system in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, SCOME. We can now head to SCORP.
Hi, so we kind of made 8 pointers. So one is the all activity-based standing committee collaboration. It taught us that nobody said it would be easy, but it was all worth the effort. The second was Trainer Zara's workshop, which was a mix of TNT and SCORP, which has never been happened before. And it taught us to explore the unknown. Third is Mojitos with Mikos, a team building initiative where people shared their SCORP stories. It taught us that how everybody has a different start, but work together towards one single goal together. And fourth would be digital love bombs. It taught us that you don't always have to meet people to create a bond. You just have to make an effort, and Ishika will take up the rest.
Yeah, and we launched 9 activities this term and 4 online campaigns, and it's all because of our overly enthusiastic national team and SCOP team, and we're very, very grateful for them and all their support throughout, as well as presenting our activities in the activities fair in APRM, as well as August meeting and March meeting was really, really great for us. And Uran also won the second place, like Purva mentioned. So that was really, really good for, SCORP. After that, we've also worked on some inter-NMO collaborations, which have been a great experience. And it taught us how different NMOs work, about their cultures, and what kind of issues they're facing with respect to human rights and peace. Since this term had to be online and we had to shift most of our activities from on-ground methodology to online, it was absolutely amazing how the whole EBTO worked so efficiently and managed to make this transition so smoothly. And I feel all of our national team assistants have greatly contributed in that. So thank you to all of them, as well as the support of the EBTO members. And that's it for SCOPH. Thank you.
Thank you, SCOPH. That brings us to SCORA.
Hello, everyone. So we've also made few pointers, but so SCORA has the impact of we had 100 LoRa's from all 4 regions. We had 10 online activities with an outreach of 20,000 plus. We have conducted 8 online campaigns on various SCORA focus areas. We have conducted CB sessions within our standing committee, SCORA 101, which was attended by 85 LoRa's. And with an external partnership with organization Haya, our workshops, the mini TCAT, and we have sent a proposal for SXC 2021, which did get accepted, but then had to cancel because of the pandemic situation. We also hosted the first ever virtual SXC in our term, and we had 7 external sessions throughout the term in form of webinars and Instagram live sessions. We had 1 inter-NMO collaboration with BMS's Bangladesh on a campaign to celebrate International Day for Women Against Violence. And for all of this, I thank the entire EBTO for having guiding us throughout the year. A huge shout out to our national team. I would really like to take the opportunity, even if I have 10 seconds, to take all their names: Divya Garg, Kriti Balotia, Ritika Parekh, Atharva Devkar, and Tanishq. All of you, really, everything, because of all of you, we are here. And personally, if I want to take something back from this, is that what this year has shown me is that MSAI and SCORA, they have the power to create a safe space, the power to get people from all over India to be on a Zoom meeting, share, talk, and feel like family. And I don't think there's anything more powerful like that. And with that, I'd like to say thank you.
Thank you so much, SCORA. That brings us to exchanges. We'll go first with SCORI.
Hello, everybody. I would like to keep it very short. As we all know that this year has not been a very good year for exchanges, as we were not fortunate enough to host any incomings or send any of our outgoings to beautiful countries. But on the digital side of this year, we managed to activate 6 incoming colleges, which is double the amount of incoming colleges we had previously. It took us 4 years to have 6 colleges, and then just 1 year to get 6 more. So that was a very big achievement for us this term. And from the outgoing perspective, although we could not send any outgoing students, but we did manage to secure 100 contracts this year, which was again almost double than last year. And we also almost secured a gap contract in BGMC Pune, which we will probably sign next season if things work out well with terms of the pandemic. And we also did conduct our first research educational activity when we were all trying to convert this just exchange-based standing committee to a more research-based standing committee as well, and not just a research exchange-based standing committee. And we did get a very overwhelming response with more than 2,000 participants attending the session, and we would love to explore more of that side of our standing committee as well. And other than that, we did build a very good database for the exchanges on our drives, considering IFMSA will be shifting to a new database soon. So MSI India, SCORE India will be ready to accept it in a much easier way. And coming to the external representation point of view, we for the first time had approximately 90% of EF filled, which was our personal best. And although we just need 70% to get the voting rights, we had 90%, and it was also highest in Asia Pacific. So that was also a big achievement from our side. I think that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That brings us to Scopy.
Okay, so hi everyone. As Shiva mentioned, it was a really difficult year for exchanges considering the pandemic situation, but we did try our best in order to expand exchanges as much as possible throughout the country. This year around, we had around 150 LEOs in our team from different parts of the country, even from places where people would usually not give an application for exchange. We got many applications. So that was a huge boost for us. And using this expansion, which we created throughout the country, we were able to activate 6 colleges this year in Scopy, and 3 of those colleges are government colleges. So this was the first time a government college was activated in Scopy. So it was a huge achievement for us because we had been trying this for quite some time now. And moreover, the activation of the colleges took place in the metropolitan cities like Mumbai, Dehradun, which again made us feel very motivated to even work harder. Then alongside this, on the outgoing front, we signed more than 80 contracts this year itself. And we managed all the postponements and the cancellation from the previous years. And it all added up to around 130 outgoings this year. Unfortunately, again, we had to cancel the outgoings for some months due to the conditions proposed by the other countries. But we are still trying to manage the logistics so that we can send as many people as possible once the pandemic resolves. So this has been, we have updated all the databases of outgoings and incomings, and we have been working quite hard regarding everything. And I think this would not have been possible without the effort and the time which our national team has put in and the support the EBTO has given us. So it has been an honestly wonderful experience, a wonderful learning opportunity for all of us. And we cannot thank MSI enough for giving us this opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
I'd like to add one point from both Scopy and SCORE's side, one small point. None of this would have been possible without Anindya's support. And I'm so happy seeing Anindya smile right now with like her big proud face. I'm so happy about that.
Thanks so much, guys. Also, that brings us to the regional directors, and I would like to request everybody to keep their interventions a little short. I know it's a year of a lot of hard work and a lot of things that we could potentially talk about, but keeping in mind that everybody's on their laptop screens for almost 6 hours now, it would be great if we could keep it a little short, and there will be space to celebrate all of this again. So that brings us to the regional directors. We can start with Adi North.
Hi everyone. So in this term, we had an 82% growth in the region. We activated 28 new colleges. So we now have 62 colleges out of the 84 active in North India. And all states are active, and 5 out of 8 states are completely active. Jammu and Kashmir has been activated, and that was something I never expected. And we have LOs, RDAs, and people selected for exchanges from the states. We had RDAs and LOCBs from all the states. We had members from not selected as part of various MSI and IFMSA opportunities like AM, APRM, etc. We conducted more than 38 inductions. We addressed more than 950 people, and we got more than 550 members this term. We did LOCB orientation, and we were also able to, with the help of the exchange committees, we were able to make GMCH Chandigarh, which is a government medical college, exchange active. And lastly, I'd just say this, that my biggest achievement will be the team I was able to put together. And these were my RDAs, Arushi, Ashutosh, Hamza, Harsh, Rachita, Sanji, Vidu, and Yash. Without these people, all these numbers which I said would not have been possible. So thank you so much, guys, and thank you so much to the entire EBTO for all the support you've given me.
Thank you so much. With that, we can go to Ali South.
Hi, so let me start with, despite being unable to conduct a lot of on-ground activities, I think my team and I have done our best to achieve the set goals and objectives for the term. We've activated more colleges in Kerala and Andhra, with Karnataka being in the lead in South. And along with the LOCVs, thanks to them, we've conducted over 50 inductions, bringing in more than 45 colleges into MSAI's world. So at the end of this term, what I have learned is that it's really essential to reach out to any college, even if one person is interested. So thanks to my team, it was possible, and yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can go ahead with Adi West.
Hi everyone. Again, sorry for all of my yawns. You can blame Kosha for that. So West has always been a very active region, but considering the fact that we had to considering the fact that we have seen even more engagement and participation this time, and seen colleges that we never even knew existed participate and become active, this year is genuinely a testament to my RDAs, who have been the most amazing team I could think of. Sometimes, honestly, I cannot even believe that we are real people. They're the most supportive and hardworking team that I could have asked for. And in the interest of keeping it short, I will not gush more over my RDAs, but I just want to take this moment to appreciate each and everything that they have done, from supporting me and supporting each other and supporting the entire region. I could not have asked for a better team. And also, obviously, thank you to Dhrumil and everybody else in the EBTO who has supported us and made this possible. So thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. RD East, Kartika. Okay, I was notified a couple of minutes back that he might have network issues, which is why he sent over his intervention to me. I'll just read it out. In the East, we've had more than 500 new members join, more than 260 events from different standing committees and units that happen in the East, and all states in the East are active. All the RDAs are hyperactive, and we've completely activated states in the East. And multiple members of the region have been selected as participants, facilitators, members of POC, Medfest, NGA, so on and so forth. And several people from the region, for the first time ever, have also been part of multiple IFMSA events and meetings. Needless to mention, IFMSA SWGs as well. And Karthik, I would also like to acknowledge that this wouldn't be possible. This was only possible because of the East RT. And would like to extend a big thank you to all the 10 RDAs and 13 LOCBs of the region, and thank the EBTO for their continued support. So that's about the East, which brings us to the conclusion of all RDs as well. Now we have one special person left, and also the youngest on our team. Shagufta, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Feel free to go ahead.
Okay. So my journey as DPRC for the term 2020 to 21 was amazing, to say the least. Of course, with the support of the entire executive board, especially Katya, and also the team of officials, as well as my team, my DPRCSS, have really helped me in coping with my studies. My first year as being part of the team of officials at such a young age, it was really challenging, but it was really easy as well to deal with everything that I had going on, especially considering the whole situation. And yeah, designing the newsletters, the magazines, curating a whole Instagram feed, which I realized was the toughest job for the executive board, but I pulled it off, and I'm really glad about that. And of course, the constant support from the general members as well has helped me immensely in giving my best. And I can't thank you guys enough, all of you, especially the team of officials for helping me out every single day. Yeah, thank you so much for all of this.
Thank you so very much. I would also like to urge anybody who hasn't gone through the Instagram page to start scrolling up until September. You'll see a color scheme if you haven't noticed that already. And that's only been possible because of a very coordinated effort from the DPRC and VPR side in terms of making a color palette, making sure every poster fits that, so on and so forth. And needless to mention, I know that this has been especially difficult for everybody, but more so for the plenary team. Pranav has had to drop out because of some urgent matter he has to attend to. But I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to the plenary team, the plenary chair, plenary co-chairperson, the minute takers. Everybody has essentially been juggling between multiple roles within the team. Thank you so much for all your effort. And that brings us to 3 silent people that have been watching all of us throughout the term, intervening where it was necessary. The Supervisory Council. So we'll hand over the floor to the SUPCO for the announcements of results. And if they would like to share their experience or add to anything, we'd be more than happy to hear that as well. Over to you.
It's been a very long evening. Hi, I'm Dr. Sneha. So along with Dr. Rajas and Dr. Aman, we are a 3-member supervising council. And as this plenary comes to an end, we would like to congratulate the executive board and the team of officials and the plenary team for this smooth process and conduction. It's been a very long year and very virtual as well, but you all have done a great job. Also, it gives us immense pleasure to be witnessing so many candidatures after a very long time and of such great quality. So kudos to the current EBTO as well. And for all the candidates to come when such tough times are going on, to come and have such great presentations. Congratulations. Also, shout out to the OC, great NGA virtual stuff. Really didn't look forward to this. So I'm going to move on to the results. So please give me a minute to share my screen. Okay. All right. So, oops. All right. So this is the results of the executive board and the team of officials of 2021-2022. We will go with the order of regional directors, standing committee, national officers, DPRC, and the executive board as I announce your name for the position. And you will have to tell me if you accept or reject the position. Okay, so I will move on with RD North. Congratulations, Yash Rathi. Do you accept this position?
Thank you. I accept it.
Congratulations. Moving on to RD East, Kartikeya.
Yes, I accept the position. Thank you.
Congratulations. RD West, Diksha.
Yes, thank you so much. I accept the position.
Congratulations. Regional Director South, Neil Salian. Is he on the call? Okay. Is there anybody representing Neil who would say if he could accept this position or no?
Neil, just type in the chat box.
Okay.
Neil is on the call.
I won't be able to see my chat box.
He accepts.
Okay, all right. Congratulations, Neil. National Officer for Public Health, Nimisha Ramesh.
Yes, I accept.
Congratulations. National Officer for SCOPH, Isha Shah.
I accept.
Okay, congratulations. National Officer for SCORA, Divya Garg.
Thank you. Yes, I accept it.
Congratulations. National Officer for SCORA, Kirti Bhalotia.
I accept it.
Congratulations. National Officer for SCOPH, Shobet Saxena.
Yes, I accept.
Congratulations. National Officer for SCOPH, Manal Khurshid.
Yes, I accept. Thank you.
Congratulations. National Officer for SCOME, Arpita Saxena.
Yes, I accept. Thank you.
Congratulations. National Officer for SCOME, Prabhaja.
I accept. I don't know if I was pronounced. Yes, I accept.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
National Officer for SCOPE, Gurnoor Kaur.
Yes, I accept.
Congratulations. National Officer for SCOPE, Uma Gupta.
Yes, I accept. Thank you.
Congratulations. National Officer for SCORE, Avichal Dani.
Yes, I accept. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. National Officer for SCORE, Alesha.
Yes, I accept.
Congratulations. DPRC, Shagufta Rahman.
Yes, I accept. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving on to the Executive Board. Vice President for Capacity Building, Arya Shah.
Yes, I accept. Thank you.
Vice President for Activities, we've had no candidate that has reached relative majority. Moving on to Vice President for Finances, Rahul Chaudhary, congratulations.
Thank you so much. I accept.
Vice President for External Affairs, Salman Khan.
Yes, I accept.
Congratulations. Vice President for Internal Affairs, Varisha.
Yes, I accept. Thank you.
Congratulations. And President, Molly Mehta.
Yes, I accept it.
Congratulations. All the candidates have reached relative majority. For every candidate, for every position that has not been fulfilled, we will be opening calls and conducting the elections again. So congratulations to the EBTO elect. Right, I apologize. Every candidate has reached a simple majority and has won these elections. So I would like to hand it over to Purva. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to the people that made it. And to the people who did not make it, not the end of everything. There are a lot many other opportunities that will knock your door. And just because you did not make it in this election does not mean your engagement with MSI has to end. There are still a lot more opportunities that could be made use of. And to everybody on the team, probably the last time we are having a while I'm in a gathering of this sort. So again, would like to thank everybody for all the work they've put in, and nothing but my bestest wishes to the team that will take over from here. With great honor and pleasure, I would like to hand over to Molly Mehta for her first address as President-elect.
Thank you so much. Firstly, a very, very, very big congratulations to everybody who got elected. And I can't thank the current EBTO enough for whatever help or whatever work we've been doing together. It's honestly, I was just yesterday reflecting on all the work all of us have done together, and it's so much to reflect on. And thank you so much. I see all these faces and it just makes me happy that it's been more than a year since we've been working together, and I can't believe all of us have come so far. I would honestly like to give a big thanks to the entire EB, because through thick, thin, everything, they've always stood together. And however, whatever it was, a very, very big thank you to the team of officials who always kept all of us on our toes and always made sure that we were working towards the best. And yeah, with that, thank you so much again. All the very best. Those who did not receive a relative majority, there's nothing really honest to feel disheartened about. And Thank you so much again for staying so long. It's been a very, very long day for all of us, and all the very best. Purva, over to you.
That brings us to the end of today, and the start of a new team's journey with this organization, and a very close to an end to the existing teams. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining, and thank you so much to each and everybody who's worked so hard and put in so much effort in their candidature. Your efforts are not unnoticed, and all the work that everybody has done, right from a member to a non-member volunteer to the supervisory council. Everybody's been a part of this journey for the last 1 year. And with that, I would like to take leave finally and start my handover to the next team. Thank you so much.